A very good morning to all the dignitaries, eminent resource persons, distinguished guests and participants present here, friends from the press and others who are watching the program through YouTube channel of the Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, West Bengal Judicial Academy is going to conduct a seminar on overview of cybercrime, trends and challenges, including bank frauds. It is our great honor and privilege that we have with us today the Honorable, the Chief Justice, Mr. T.S. Sivagyanam, Patron-in-Chief of the West Bengal Judicial Academy. We are greatly honored to have with us Mrs. Sivagyanam, Madam. We have with us Honorable Mr. Justice I.P. Mukherjee, Chairperson, Honorable Committee for West Bengal Judicial Academy. We have with us Honorable Mr. Justice Orijit Banerjee and Honorable Justice Ananya Bandopadhyay, members, Honorable Committee for West Bengal Judicial Academy. We are honored to have with us the other Honorable Judges of High Court at Calcutta. We have with us Mr. S.N. Mukherjee, Learned Advocate General, Government of West Bengal. We have with us Mr. H.K. Kusumakar, ADG Cyber West Bengal, Mr. Hari Krishna Pai, DCP, Special Task Force, Kolkata, and Mr. Vidit Raj Bhudesh, DCP, DD Special. May I now humbly request the Honorable the Chief Justice and other Honorable Judges to come on the dais. Now it is time to lamp the ceremonial lamp. May I now humbly request the Honorable the Chief Justice and other Honorable Judges on and off the dais to light the inaugural lamp. May I now humbly request Honorable Mr. Justice I.P. Mukherjee, Chairperson, Honorable Committee for West Bengal Judicial Academy, to deliver the welcome address, please.
My Lord the Chief Justice, my brothers on the bench who are here, learned Advocate General, senior officers of the West Bengal Police Force who have consented to be resource persons here, members of the registry of our court, judges of the district judiciary, the additional director of the academy, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this temple of learning, a temple to exchange our views and thoughts, and a place where we can think of ideas, policies, and programs to improve our judiciary. One of the two purposes of our being here is to felicitate our Chief Justice on his appointment as Chief Justice of the Calcutta High Court. It was long overdue. We wanted to coincide the felicitation with the inauguration of the extension of the academy awaiting sanction of the government. The sanction took some time and the financial approval is still awaited. We thought that we should not defer the felicitation any further and do it as soon as possible. On this occasion, I also welcome Madam, that is wife of our Chief Justice, who has been very kind enough to grace the occasion. I think our felicitation of the Chief Justice would not have been complete without her presence. As far as the topic is concerned, I would first of all say that it is the brainchild of Justice Ananya Bandyopadhyay, who was in charge of this academy and very successfully and in a distinguished way conducted its affairs for a long time before she was elevated to the bench. And I'm thankful for her for having thought or devised this topic, which is very relevant today. We are all aware, we all know of, we have heard of information technology, internet banking, cyber crime, cyber fraud, etc., etc. But I tell you, as far as I am concerned, my knowledge of this is very skin deep, because this is something new to us. And when we were growing up, this information technology and the internet banking, etc., were absolutely unknown. Now, the advent of information technology has its great benefits, but attending to that are also dangers. Now, the dangers of cybercrime like bank fraud or phishing of data, these are offenses or which are the ill consequences of information technology advance. Now, this program today is very relevant for us to understand the implications of this type of illegal activities and to take measures so that those persons who are responsible for commission of this kind of offences are punished and that this kind of activities can be stopped. But almost as a layman, as far as bank fraud is concerned, what occurs to me, subject to the implementation of that by the experts or the specialists, is that bank fraud happens when there is instantaneous transfer of fund by information technology. Now, if this instantaneous transfer of funds by some application or method or program, all right, you make a transfer of fund electronically. But if that transfer is deferred, or if that transfer takes place after some span of time, and in that span of time the bank notifies the customer that your fund to this extent is being transferred, I think that would go a long way in preventing fraud. Secondly, my suggestion is that when a website is created, it should become mandatory by application of some international convention, rules or laws, that the address of the owner must be part of the website ID. If the address of the owner upon proper authentication is part of the website ID, I do not know how it could be done technologically. It would go a long way in preventing these kinds of fraud by internet activity. My time is limited. I will not take much longer because we are anxiously waiting to hear the resource persons. And I hope you have a good time here, and thank you for being here. Thank you. I welcome you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Lordship. We are obliged. Now we have the honor and opportunity to felicitate the Honorable the Chief Justice with a flower bouquet and a memento. May I now request Honorable Mr. Justice I.P. Mukherjee to present the flower bouquet and the memento to felicitate the Honorable the Chief Justice. We are obliged, Lordship. May I now humbly request Honorable Mr. Justice Urijit Banerjee, Member, Honorable Committee for West Bengal Judicial Academy, to deliver the felicitation address, please.
The Honorable the Chief Justice, my sister and brother judges, learned Advocate General, and all my friends present here today, a very, very good morning to you all and a warm welcome. It is an honor and a privilege for me to offer felicitations on behalf of the Academy to a person who is very close to our hearts, our very own, the Honorable Justice Shivagyanam, our Chief Justice of the oldest High Court in India and the first Chartered High Court. Sir, thank you for taking out time from your busy schedule for being with us here this morning. Now, my speech is not meant to be narration of a biography of Sir. Sir, you are a quintessential gentleman with an ever-smiling face. You are as amiable as one can possibly be. Sir, you're a sympathetic person always ready to help where help is required. You are an elder brotherly figure to all your colleague judges and always ready to offer advice whenever one approaches you. You are a father figure for the staff and employees of the High Court, always willing to lend an ear to the problems and difficulties of the employees. Sir, you are the captain of the state judiciary. You're a true leader, and you are leading from the front. We are very fortunate to have you as our Chief Justice. We wish you a long, healthy, and happy life, and pray to God for your supreme success. Thank you.
We are obliged, Lordship. May I now request Honorable Justice Ananya Bandyopadhyay to present a flower bouquet to Mrs. Sivagyanam Ma'am. We are all obliged. It is my honor and privilege to now invite the Honorable the Chief Justice and Patron-in-Chief West Bengal Judicial Academy to deliver the keynote address.
Honorable Justice I.P. Mukherjee, the Chairman of the Committee of the West Bengal Judicial Academy, the other committee members, Honorable Justice Arjit Banerjee and Justice Ananya Bandyopadhyay, my brother judges, the Learned Advocate General, the Secretary, Law Secretary to the Government of West Bengal, the Chief Judge of the City Civil Court, the other learned judges, the Additional Director of the Academy, the judicial officers of the state, and the erudite resource persons who have found time to be with us today. Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I should thank Brother Arjit Banerjee, or Thambi Arjit Banerjee, for his affectionate words. I don't know whether, I think it's a sort of a little exaggeration, but nevertheless, I am very thankful to the kind words spoken. In fact, all my brothers and sisters of the Calcutta High Court have stood by me, as well as the district judiciary, not to leave out the Registrar General and the registrars, who are the backbone of the entire system. The Learned Advocate General has always been a support to the institution, and I keep bothering him quite often. And so far, all my attempts have been successful. And thanks to you, sir, for your excellent cooperation. As said by Honorable Justice I.P. Mukherjee, the brainchild of today's program, and the credit goes to Justice Ananya Bandyopadhyay. And of course, a single person's effort cannot make a program successful. And we have very senior IPS officers with us who are going to share their experiences, which is very, very important, because they are the prosecuting agency and you are going to be the adjudicators. So you need to know the other side of the coin well better, so that your judging capacity is also better. And apart from that, I think at the end of the day, all of us will get sensitized ourselves in our personal lives, what to do and what not to do. I have attended a couple of seminars when I was in my parent High Court in Madras. At times it is very scary. There have been people who have not touched their mobile phones for 1 week after attending the seminar. People who have masked the camera in the laptops. People who have directed, as soon as they enter a hotel, they are so very scared, they start searching for bugs, take the flower vase, take the fruit bowl, to that extent. So this only our senior officers will be able to share. In fact, internet has become, it's become a town square for the global village of tomorrow. We are all now connected with internet like neurons in a giant brain. A few years back, there was lack of awareness about cyber crimes. However, currently, people have been sensitized and there is a long way to go. In fact, the latest government data in India has recorded a massive increase of about 63.5% in cybercrime cases in the year 2019. The National Crime Records Bureau data states that 44,546 cases of cybercrime were registered in 2019 as compared to 28,000 cases in the year 2018. The highest cyber crimes have been recorded in Karnataka, closely followed by Uttar Pradesh, then by Maharashtra, Telangana, Assam. And among the Union Territory, Delhi accounts for 78% of the cyber crimes. It is stated that there are about 2,328 cyber attacks per day, and on an average about 8 lakh occur in a year, and there is a hacker every 39 seconds. It is estimated in the year 2023, we will face about 33 billion cyber attacks. All of us have read about very scaring cyber attacks. The earliest was in the year 2018, namely where is the Cosmos Bank in Pune. It was attacked and the money was wiped off while the gangs from around 28 countries withdrew substantial sums of money. Then there was in Canara Bank in the year 2019, there was these ATM servers were hacked and several lakhs of rupees were swiped off. In 2018, the UIDA Aadhaar software was hacked and there was a massive data breach of personal records, and stated is about 1.1 billion Indian Aadhaar cardholders' records were swiped off. In fact, by this, what has happened is one could get any other person's Aadhaar, and in fact, there has been unknown WhatsApp messages which sell this Aadhaar information of a third person for just rupees 500. The next major attack was on the healthcare websites, which all of us have read in the newspapers. And the Indian-based healthcare websites became a victim of cyber attack in the year 2018. Then there were several other swap scams. About 4 crore rupees was taken off in Navi Mumbai, and fake documents and posts were created. In July 2018, in Kolkata, there is a major Canara Bank ATM servers were hacked, and several lakhs of rupees were siphoned off. The phishing attack on Wipro was also on the news platform as the attackers they reported was the phishing attack was done by a group through a gift card fraud. Then the major one, or which took place much earlier in the year 2017, was the Union Bank of India cyber attack. In that, it is said about $170 million worth of money was swiped off of several accounts from the Union Bank. Then there was a malware attack on Kudamkulam nuclear project. It's a nuclear project which is established in the state of Tamil Nadu. And it is said that the attackers were a North Korean-based group which is called Lazarus. And what they used was a malware named D-Track, which our experts will be able to explain better, to get inside the company's system through a couple of loopholes. And this attack was based to get information on thorium-based reactors, which was an alternate to uranium. Then another famous attack was on Facebook and Twitter, where personal information about 419 million users were broken by third parties. The most recent, which I read in the newspaper today, was the attack by the cyber crooks duping buyers of offering various Bengali items like sweets, clothes, etc., and also selling fraudulent holiday packages, especially in Purulia district. It is reported that the police department has immediately sprung into action, and they have issued an advisory warning all these people. And what they say is these cyber crooks have employed innovative techniques, just what is said to be manipulating of voice over IP and erasing the cookies, and they are using the stolen cards. So every day we are faced with such cyber frauds, and some suggestion fell from Justice I.P. Mukherjee. Of course, it's for the experts and the technical experts to look into it. So given these statistics and events of the latest cyber attacks, I would say from 2016 onwards, it is growing. And it is in fact should be a wake-up call for all of us. And it is essential for all organizations, more particularly the Judicial Academy, to equip our judicial officers, to equip our personal selves, so that the adequate security measures have been put in place. Today's program has been well drafted, and the 3 technical sessions have got very useful topics, and I'm sure that at the end of the day, all of us will feel enriched and more knowledgeable, and carry very pleasant memories about the conference rather than being scared. I thank the Academy for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
We are obliged, Lordship, for words of enlightenment which have set the course of this seminar. Honorable Committee desired that our Academy should have its own periodic newsletter, and the Academy is going to publish a quarterly newsletter. The draft issue was inaugurated on 29th March 2023 by the Honorable Justice Prakash Srivastava, the Chief Justice of Calcutta High Court at that time. It is time to release the updated version of the same now. May I request Honorable Justice Ananya Bandopadhyay, Member, Honorable Committee for West Bengal Judicial Academy, to come onto the dais, please. May I humbly request the Honorable the Chief Justice and other honorable judges on the dais to unpack the inaugural issue of the newsletter and release it. We are obliged, Lordships. It is time now to take a short tea break of 15 minutes. You can refresh yourselves with some snacks and beverage available outside the hall. Please be back within 15 minutes, as we will start our technical session 1 soon. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay. uh, Honorable Justice I.P. Mukherjee has just suggested that all the advices are invited by the academy so that we can incorporate any such suggestions for the development and upgradation of the newsletter.
If you have any suggestions, please write to us and we will print your suggestions and take action accordingly.
all the participants are requested to come back inside the seminar hall and take their seats. We are going to start our technical session 1. Now we proceed for the main part of the seminar. We have total 3 technical sessions. Each session will have presentation by the speaker, followed by open house discussion, that is question and answer session. After the presentation is over, if you have any question for the speaker, please raise your hand and wait for the microphone to reach you. Please state your name and affiliation before asking your question. Please keep your questions concise and relevant to the topic. And please keep your mobile phones on silent mode during the seminar. We hope that you will enjoy this seminar and find it useful and informative. Thank you for your cooperation. We have invited some of the most eminent and eminent speakers on the topics to share their expertise and insights with us. I request Mr. H.K. Kusumakar, IPS, Additional Director General, Cyber, West Bengal, to come onto the dais. Mr. Kusumakar is a BTech from IIT Roorkee, and he has obtained PG Diploma in Cyber Law from Nalsar, Hyderabad. I request Mr. Kusumakar to start the presentation, please.
A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank, on behalf of West Bengal Police and Calcutta Police, thank to Honorable Chief Justice and Madam Banerjee, whom I know since long. She was heading this academy earlier, and then I came here earlier also to conduct a similar session. Honorable Chief Justice, Calcutta High Court, Madam Chief Justice, Honorable Chief Justices or Justices of Calcutta High Court, learned judges, and my colleagues. Sir, I would like to start with a disclaimer. This is a very, very dynamic topic, and all of us have a different take on this subject. It's such a vast subject, and most importantly, we are just a user of this subject, not the owner of the subject, in the sense that all of us are knowing a part of area which is concerned to us, not the whole thing. And one more problem is that it creates as many questions as we are able to give the answer. There's many things which actually remain answer. So I am confining my presentation. We have a structure like this with my colleagues. I will give a bit of overview. Then Pai will give you a bit of modus operandi. And then in the post-lunch session, we'll discuss some case studies which actually we investigated successfully. So I'll start with my first slide. That is, this may not be visible, but that should be visible to the people in the back. I'm just sharing 5-year data, like the conviction data of Calcutta Police. Before this assignment, I was in Calcutta Police, so I had access to Calcutta Police data. All of you are very well aware of this terminologies. So we have the number of FIR is gradually increasing. That is not an important news because we all know that cybercrime is increasing. I wanted to highlight so many cases ending in FRT, FR, FMF in this FIRs, and a lot of transfer. Mostly because it's very difficult to get evidence in many cases. So ultimately the case remains open-ended. I'll just give you, just to get an understanding, I'll share few cases in which we actually ended in conviction. In fact, the number of cases is recorded is actually much lesser than the number of cases reported, because there many information come to us without much of head and tail, who from where had been committed, and most of the time people, I mean, this is a real global village in real sense. The internet all over the world is one, and people lose money or something happens and then come to us without much of who did it, how did it. So it's a very, very open-ended information piece of more than piece of information than actually a kind of FIR, which actually we understand in legal terms. So I'm just giving few incidents which actually ended in conviction. This cyber PS in Calcutta police started functioning sometime 2010, and then cases getting recorded onwards. And first conviction was in 2012 case that came in 2018. And initially, most of the cases was related to social media crime, related to Facebook, obscene photograph. Somebody is unhappy with in the friends circle relationship, or maybe whatever enmity, personal enmity, and they used social media to tarnish the image or put the opponent in trouble, something like that. And in fact, rather almost all initial cases, almost 3-4 years remain like that only, and only those cases ended in conviction. Perhaps because those are slightly easier to investigate, and the court was convinced about the evidence. Other cases, they might not have been very convinced about the evidence. So I'm just giving this because of to get an idea what kind of cases we getting reported in Calcutta police, and what kind of cases were ending in conviction. In 2016 case, it was slightly different. He used a fake advertisement web page, but again, something projected as a sex worker to put under trouble, something similar. And then two cases recorded by the same person, and both ended in conviction. Pleaded guilty. Vishal Singh, fake mail ID, and posed as a senior officer of Coal India Limited. He pleaded guilty in the court. That relieved the court from the proceedings. And then again, Soumyajyoti Sarkar, he ended in Facebook, WhatsApp, morphed photograph, something similar to that. I wanted to highlight, now in 2017, this Nigerian people came into the picture. And right now they are not in the picture. So there were 3, 4, 5 years where Nigerians were very active in Calcutta and rest of the country, which is also substantiated with this data. But Nigerians were slightly more smarter. They're more into, they were also using technology in a similar way, but they were more into money making, and they were more smarter, more in a planned manner. This guy opened a fake website in the name of Fortis Hospital and started inviting people, the prospective kidney recipient, to come and talk to them. And anybody who has gone for kidney replacement may be aware that Calcutta is one of the center for organ transplantation, and a lot of people from other places come here for transplantation, and 4 or 5 hospitals are into this, and every transplantation costs about 25 to 30 lakhs. So it's a huge money making business, and this guy tried doing that. Unfortunately, he got caught. Second was also Indian, and something similar, Facebook profile and obscene. So another, this Abhishek Gupta impersonating as a United States Internal Revenue Service, and he collected $272,000. This guy was slightly smarter. And then again, 3 Nigerians used a fake Facebook profile and collected 5.5 lakh rupees. This case was 2018. These all 3 cases are having Nigerian accused, fake Facebook profile, money amounting to 3.78 lakhs. Then, so this this Nigerian guy opened a fake profile impersonating a French consulate, Kolkata. And he did something. Then, fake Facebook profile, he collected 14 lakh rupees in India. Next guy is opened a a website of a fake French shipping company, and he invited or perhaps issued appointment letter, and for that he maybe started any Indian would like to, ready to pay a lot of money for going out, European countries or North American countries, and ready to pay for a lot of maybe visa fee or whatever. And this guy also collected roughly 10 lakh rupees. Then another case is fake misleading advertisement in Google, harm reputation, something similar. One person, Nigerian, in fact, he's also Nigerian, John Simon, alias Simon. He impersonated the then, or perhaps he called rather Honorable Chief Justice of Calcutta High Court, and he informed him that he won a lottery. So at one point of time, it was very, very popular. I think, without asking, I think 50% of you might have got similar kind of message that you have won some lottery or something. Your relative have left money or something like that. There were hundreds of modus operandi, and a lot of people fell for that. So this I just gave, I have about 28, 29 conviction. I show you just to highlight the kind of cases getting reported in Calcutta. And this was the trend in Calcutta 3-4 years back. Indians were mostly using social media for settling personal scores. Nigerians were using social media for cheating money. Nigerians were also a little more innovative and they were more smarter. And incidentally, the Nigerians are not very active in Calcutta. The later cases, I think Calcutta police people will tell, not many Nigerians are actually getting arrested. Means either they have left Calcutta, or maybe they are now active in some other country, or maybe some other city in the country itself. And of course, in this meantime, we have our own homegrown Nigerian group called Jamtada Gang. And Jamtada Gang actually changed the scenario. In fact, they have been active all over the country. People started knowing about, after this web series came on Jamtada. We cops were knowing a little 4-5 years back because a lot of people were actually going to Jamtada and conducting raids for arresting those people, all from all the states. Because they were sitting in Jamtada, and within Jamtada there were only two, Narayanpur and Badkatan, two blocks which are affected. And these guys, in fact, had in their houses logged with biometrics and all. So no, the other people cannot enter. There were huge gates, and very difficult for police people to reach there and actually arrest them. They had some kind of people to alert them at the entrance of the village or something like that, and it was really difficult to reach to them. So this was the trend in Calcutta. I have just given a little data about West Bengal Police. West Bengal Police Cyber Thana came much later in 2019. So conviction also not yet started coming. We have got very few very good conviction in West Bengal Police, but they are not purely IT Act cases. They are mostly used as a digital evidence in regular cases. So, and these just 18, we could collect in this short period only, we could collect only 18 district data. So roughly, here also the trend is similar. Our FRMF rate is very, very high. In regular cases, our FRMF rate is always less than 10%. Here it is almost 40 to 50% at times it is going up. I just wanted to highlight the challenges of the investigation. That is why I am putting this data. This is the Honorable Calcutta High Court had ordered for an SIT, which is under CID right now, and this SIT under CID is asked to monitor all cybercrime cases. It started with the bank fraud cases, but the next order, in fact, covered all cybercrime cases. So in all over West Bengal, we are recording roughly 310 FIR cases last month, roughly 280 to 300 cases we are recording every month all over the West Bengal, because we have now Cyber Thana in each police district. So people are able to go there and lodge their complaints. And overall, right now we have 3490 cases pending with this SIT. It is not possible for one SIT to monitor so many cases. So we have a SIT in the district also. But then the challenge is, again, because the investigation related challenge, which I'm going to discuss a little later. So we are recording, and our charge sheet rate is much lesser. And this actually, the pending cases are increasing actually month by month. So Pi will discuss the modus operandi in detail. I'll just note down these major thing. Bank fraud is the most common, in fact, these days, and most of the people are worried about the bank fraud or bank-related frauds. In fact, bank fraud is more of a, we don't even call it a cybercrime because it doesn't invite IT Act always. Only in few cases IT Act is also involved, but mostly they use mobile phone. They make some story, and they mostly target elderly people, and then try to take OTP, and then they, or some different method, and try to steal money. In many cases, they actually also hack and they use technology. Those cases, of course, they invite IT Act, but many cases, most of the cases doesn't invite IT Act per se. But still, because it is similar, genre is similar, that is why we are actually looking into it, and we are actually monitoring it. SIM card on fake document and mule account. This is much better now. This situation is much better now because 6-7 years back, the SIM card issuance was much unregulated by the telephone service provider. After repeated complaint from law enforcement side, now they are much better. They are much better, but still some fraudster are able to manage to get SIM cards on fake IDs. Sometimes they morph pictures, or they have a similar data, and then so that the faces looking a little different, they are similar, and they are not able to. In fact, recently I think DOT checked the back end, the photograph, and perhaps they disabled 40 lakh SIM card. It's I think 2 months back development. In Calcutta also, we recovered 1,200 SIM card last year from someone. So it is not surprising, since Jamtara is very close to West Bengal. I'm sure many of these people must be trying to procure SIM cards from neighboring states, maybe Bihar, West Bengal, Odisha, from wherever they can procure. And the second is mule account. Mule account. What these scamsters do is they actually they catch hold of a third person and ask them to open an account and hire their account. That is why we call it mule account. They hire their account, they pay some money, some kind of rent for their account, and without the knowledge of the account owner, the transaction in that account takes place through fraudster. And most time what happens is these people lure some XYZ people to transfer money in that account, and immediately they withdraw that amount in various ways, through ATM, through purchases at times, and through some other means, UPI transfers. A lot of modus operandi they have. They try to take the money out of that account as early as possible. And this fellow who is owning the account, we only reach to that person, because that his KYC has his details. And this guy they may be getting money, because most times these people getting money in cash. They may be knowing personally or not, but at times that becomes a dead end, because after that, the actual perpetrators vanishes from the scene of crime, and we are not able to reach to those people. Impersonation on Facebook, WhatsApp, OLX has become common. In fact, not a big deal anymore now. Everybody is aware now. Call center fraud is a new development here. The India is a kind of capital of ITES service all over the world, and a lot of people actually know how the call center operates, international call center operates. So many times what they do, they make their own call center with very few setup, 3, 4, 5 people, depending on their resources, and they start calling victims outside the country, and on different pretexts that their OS is not updated. They will update their OS. They have some minor technical issues, and then they say, you pay me some money and we'll correct it. So they sometimes they create a minor malware and then say they correct it and they charge money. And at times there are many things, they may be after getting the money, they must be blocking those people. So since the victims are not in the country, we never even come to know that. So this is a big challenge. Many people got cheated, and in fact, India is getting a very bad name outside because of this. If you talk to any technology people who are outside, they will mention this thing, because there's a huge market. A lot of people are actually engaged in fraud call center. Not only in Bengal, many places other side. Noida, lots of call center has been closed. Mumbai. So mostly the IT, it should be in and around places where they were known for ITS services earlier. So they have boys and girls to provide these services. In fact, recently I think one big call center was closed in Noida, I believe. In Calcutta also 2 big call centers were actually closed. One was 250-seater, sometimes in 2016-17, where a Microsoft Germany team came and lodged a complaint with CID. Then CID people prosecuted them. Perhaps either they ended conviction or there's still trial still going on. But that was a big catch. Second was similar. Some Microsoft Singapore came and made the complaint. So it is easier for us because getting the IP and all the evidences by different service provider is very, very tedious, almost next to impossible. So if some tech giant like Microsoft collect their own data and come to us, it is much easier for us to proceed. And that is how these 2 cases ended successfully. But these were too big. We have hundreds of small call centers unearthed by both West Bengal and Calcutta police. Every week, if you follow newspaper, you will find 1 or 2 news for call center fraud. Electricity bill fraud, also common, like that your electric meter is going to be stopped or disconnected if you don't pay money. So it's and people know because these days the WBJA, DCL and CSC also become very prompt. They very promptly disconnect the connection. So every 7, 8, 10 days, if you don't pay, they come and disconnect. The moment you pay, they resume their connection. So people also know that they are active. So if even a fraudster call them, they believe that it's a genuine complaint from SCDCL and they pay money in some third-party account and they vanish. Digital loan has always been a source of fraudulent activity since long. But then in digital loan app, in fact, Chinese loan app also, a lot of people are active. And the name of giving or arranging loan, a lot of people were making a lot of money. RBI also recently flagged it. Online gaming and gambling. So it's a new development in India where a cricketer are promoting a virtual game rather than a real game. And all big cricketers, top cricketers actually, top superstars are actually promoting these kind of games. And people also, they are rather than going out, perhaps they are not getting the sufficient place to play. They prefer to play on their mobile phones. And here the trick is, there is a very thin line between online gaming and online gambling. There's a recent news that perhaps IT department has issued a notice to Dream11 that they are charging perhaps 28% GST because now they are saying that you are falling into the category of betting, not gaming, and they are contesting it. But these are only known portals. There are hundreds of local portals where a lot of local operators are actually inviting people to play different kind of games, and then they cheat people in a different way. Very famous case. I think Bundesh is going to discuss this case, E-Nuggets case. Calcutta police successfully investigated a case where they have perhaps seized more than 100 crores from a person in Khidrpur area, and this money was in cash, in crypto, as well as in bank account. So he was getting money from bank account, but he was withdrawing that money, converting into crypto or keep it in cash, because he knew that the money, if remain in bank account, then it may be seized or whatever. And he will discuss this case, and it's a very interesting case. But these are only which is reported and people are knowing about it. What I'm trying to emphasize is there are many people who are actually running this kind of portals for online gaming locally, and people are playing also, which is actually betting in this. Stock trading fraud is also similar, very much similar. Ransomware is also, we are getting reports where somebody send a small malware in your computer just to encrypt your hard disk or something like that, and they charge money for decrypting it. So there is something called public key and private key. That is how this encryption concept work, and breaking this encryption is next to impossible technically. So somebody he's having a decryption key, he or she only will be able to decrypt with the key it is encrypted earlier. So this is also, and people don't even report because first they know that police will not be able to investigate or reach to the perpetrators. Second thing, they also don't want to tell because of to protect their reputation. Most of the tech companies, they keep claiming that they have a lot of budget and paraphernalia for IT security, but actually they are very, very vulnerable, and we only come to know when actually something happens. And sometimes people actually keep a backup of the data storage. So even if the some attack has kept, they just close that server, they recreate their server and conduct their business as usual. So many of you might have heard about WannaCry, which was very popular. So anything, something like happens, people come to know, and then it doesn't happen, people stop forgetting. But this is a very, also one of the important malware attack, which is conducted through malware attack. Online job racket, it's a common thing, so I'm not repeating it. Sextortion is becoming very, very common. I think Pai also going to talk about it in a little detail. A lot of people are getting VoIP calls, and then something unusual happens, and then some people call that you have done into this kind of activity, and they try to extort money. Aadhaar enabled payment system is a new development. There was some advisory also by Calcutta Police, I think last week, and I think RBI also has raised it somewhere. In this, what is happening is that we are giving biometric. Normally Aadhaar has biometric database, and normally Aadhaar database much safer relatively. It is not that easy to take that data out, but there are many other sources. Like of late, the registration offices are started collecting biometrics, and one case we have noticed here that some people have got biometric data from registration office in UP. So these, when you go to registration office, they actually take your biometric for their purpose, and they are actually taking biometric in their biometric devices over and above your this thing. That is where, if it is not secured, and mostly these are databases operated by outsourced staff who doesn't have much stake in the system, much accountability also to the system. So it's very easy to get data from there, and from there actually many bank account, if you are not only bank account, many other things which we can use through biometric authentication through Aadhaar. If somebody has your biometric this thing, then they can actually use that biometric data from enabling Aadhaar payment through Aadhaar. So in fact, recently they have asked us to block their Aadhaar through a mobile Aadhaar app, M-Aadhaar app. So that is the safest thing to do, and this thing. And interestingly, all these, another is very important is cryptocurrency related frauds. So now, even before joining this, I was not knowing that so many people actually getting cheated or actually investing in crypto. Now when I've got the access to my data, we are getting huge number of complaints which actually people are losing money in crypto. And how it functions there, because most of the people know that crypto has a lot of chances of appreciation without knowing how the whole ecosystem works. So they invest in crypto, and they get into XYZ people without knowing them personally, and they mostly get cheated. The latest one I have got is on 15th or 16th of this September, last month, somebody lost 1.5 crores in cryptocurrency. He's from North 24 Pagana. He filed a complaint. and 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, 5 lakh, we have hundreds of cases, if not in thousands. So and most of the time they are invited to some Telegram group to join. If you want to invest in crypto, join this group. Telegram group, why they are using Telegram group? Perhaps because Telegram has huge membership option. They can have a much bigger group than WhatsApp. WhatsApp still is having the maximum membership, I think 1024. But then Telegram you can have 10,000, more than 10,000. So I think they have, it's easy for them to target a larger set of people in one go. And then most time they ask them to open an account, crypto account. And crypto also, one of my colleague will talk a little more in detail. Crypto also have whole ecosystem is crypto is fishy, but still a lot of people are investing money, and some people are of course making money also, but larger people also losing money. Interestingly, this, as per recent report, 90% of the cybercrime cases are reported from 10 districts of India. So, and it started from Jamtara, but then other places also now catching up. But still, I think Jamtara and surroundings are leading the pack. And other is, in fact, center is this Bharatpur and Mewat, new area. They are also getting into this, and most of the we are landing, when we are trying to investigate, most time we are landing there. So these are the steps taken by the government of India. Certain is not relevant from cybercrime point of view that much, but we are dependent on them for blocking different kind of URLs. So certain is a body under MeitY, Ministry of Information Technology, Government of India. They have a nodal officer. So under 69A of IT Act, if we want some URL to be blocked, we give it to them. So these are URLs are mostly related to national security or something like that, where if the service provider only act if we send it through them. Where only individuals are involved, normally we use 79.3. So but the problem is 79.3B. We directly send it to service provider and they block it also, but they don't agree. They don't do more than 30%. I'll explain why. The second is I4C. I4C is Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center. It's opened by MHA, set up by MHA somewhere in 1819. They run a portal where anybody can go and actually lodge a complaint only for cybercrime. So they have a different 11 categories they have given. They also given they also have this jurisdiction issue, but they have given the option to the complainant where they are residing. So wherever they are residing, they normally send the complaint to that particular police station, and the nearest cyber police station record the case, investigate the case if possible. First thing they call them and they try to understand what is the problem, and then we take necessary action. And in this, they also run 1930 helpline. So anybody who is not able to lodge complaint online, they can actually call 1930 helpline. 1930 helplines are run by all the state governments, or rather all the state police. In West Bengal, it is being managed by CID. Right now, we have only 1 line, but we are actually going to increase it to 10 lines very soon, because so many people are actually calling. Here, somebody calls 1930, our people pick up the phone, they understand the problem, and they help them lodging their complaint in the portal. So the complaint ultimately goes in the same cybercrime.gov.in portal, but these are additional facility given to those people who are not technically very sound. Mobile blocking by LEAs. So as I was saying, that a lot of people are collecting SIM on a fraudulent document. So if we notice some kind of number or mobile number during our investigation, we can actually request that to block this. And at times we also can commit mistakes. So at times we have to unblock it also. But this is also helpful because same number is being used for calling multiple people. So and the number is so high, it's very difficult to keep track. I think they started doing initially in DD, but the number is so high, it's very difficult. And these criminals also, they use this number only for a month or so. They also know that after some time police will come to know and they will block it, or they'll start chasing it. So they'll use a new number. That is why they are trying to procure SIM cards in bulk from different sources. I am just sharing this NCRP data, that is cybercrime reporting portal, which I was talking about, being run by I4C. It started in 2019, and it's almost doubling or rather tripling every year. So this year we are expecting it to at least double at the end of this year. And in this, we have a protocol to handle it. We send it to concerned PS. The PS talk to the complainant and understand the issue. And many times there is a misunderstanding of how the complaint has happened. But since there is a portal for people, a lot of people are actually coming on this portal and lodging their complaints. So this is just to give an idea the kind of number of victims we have in the country. And we are recording FIR also, and at time non-cog complaints also, prosecution also being given. And many times the case complaints are withdrawing the cases also. This is the data for financial fraud. Once we get the financial fraud data, there is a way to block the money. So we approach to bank so that pending investigation or we can actually restrict the money from getting withdrawn. But then most time what happens is it comes to us much later. So the fraudster also very smart. They try to withdraw the money as early as possible. They also know that the complaint will go to police, and the police will call the bank. In fact, the victim can call the bank also directly, and that is how this 1930, the banks are also there on 24/7 basis. They are supposed to be there. So victim can also call the bank to block their transaction, and if not, then police also can call them and ask them to block the transaction. But then in these last 2.5 years, we have got almost 339 crore complaint, and out of this 17 crore is actually blocked by the banks because the late reporting. And why it is happening? Because the bank transaction moves very smoothly, very fast, and these are the money actually being withdrawn or in multiple ways. Some through ATMs, through POS. Some purchases are being made through POS, and of course one of these is Aadhaar enabled payments. So if the number itself is so high, in fact, just to give a kind of to understand the dimension of the problem. This is the data for 1930 24/7 helpline, which I just was talking about. It started in 2020. Now in 2022 we have got 14,000 calls. This year we have already got 17,000 calls. And in this, we actually, a lot of calls getting missed because we have only one line right now. If we increase the line, I think this number will go further up. And these are the data for blocking. We have blocked about 782 SIM cards. We have given a request, out of which 746 were blocked by DOT. This is the data. I wanted to show this data because not every request given by us to Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, they agree to our request. In fact, this is only 30 to 40% they agree. Rest of them, they don't agree on different pretext. Most time, like freedom of speech or the vulgarity, obscenity also have a different meaning in a different geography. So and all these companies, big companies, actually registered in US, not in India. So they say that we are bound by US laws, not by Indian laws. It's a big problem. In fact, something needs to be done, if possible, that any big company operating in India, at least they should abide by the Indian laws, and they should listen to Indian judicial process. Otherwise, it's become very, very difficult. In fact, most time we are not chasing these people to take necessary action. At times, they don't block, but they blur the image a bit. So they're still okay. But then in 50% of cases, they don't do anything. So that remains like this, and that creates sometimes launder problem also. In 79(3)(b), also, like when the individual, it is related to individual, we directly send it to service provider. Here also the situation is similar, almost 30 to 40% they are agreeing. So the state government also have taken a lot of steps. Calcutta Police Cyber PS was established in 2010, and then 31 Cyber PS was established in 2019. Now all police districts have one cyber police station having jurisdiction all over that particular district. So this definitely helped in recording the cases. Earlier, the Thana, because they were not aware about how to investigate, they tried to avoid recording these FIRs. Now they go to the police station, and that is how almost 3,000 cases are pending at the moment. So FIR recording rate has gone up substantially in the state after this setting up of cyber police station. Digital forensics labs also we have set up in all the commissarates. This is very important for taking out data from mobile phones and all, and maybe other digital devices, storage devices, because digital devices has a lot of evidence. And then we have a unit called CSCOE. It is a Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. This is a society under IT department of the state government. They are conducting a lot of awareness related courses for all stakeholders, for the schools, colleges, for IOs also. For us also, they are conducting first responder training or this DRT for the IOs. CSOT is cyber security orientation training for, we are actually incorporating in our SI's basic training module in our academy. In fact, we are also adding a bit of cybercrime component in constables training also, basic training also. So, and recently we have got a now cyber forensic and digital evidence examiners laboratory under CID. It's another vertical in sector 5, which actually is analyzing digital evidences. So far we were sending our exhibits to CFSL Kolkata or Hyderabad, but then these organizations also are flooded with exhibits, and they are not able to take the load. So the state government has set up our own lab. We already have roughly 1,000 evidences pending with them, because the analysis takes time, and manpower also we are trying to increase, so to cut down this pending examination time. CID and Calcutta Police, we are actually hiring experts to help both in investigation as well as examination. I would like to talk about investigation challenges because that is where we stuck up. I am taking this opportunity to emphasize all the learned district judges and judicial officers who are actually dealing with these cases on ground. So here, the biggest problem which we face is the IP address. Anybody has a bit of understanding of internet functioning would understand this IP address concept. So IP address is it's called Internet Protocol Address, and this is the only identification of the user on internet, and it is not fixed. So depending on the kind of internet connection you are using, whether using your internet lease line or where you get a static IP, if you use broadband, you use actually dynamic IP. So the IPs are keep on changing. So if IP is changing, means that one IP is being shared by multiple people. So then I have added another layer. Now you have to actually add the time also. I have to, as an IO, I have to take the time also into consideration. And most of the time, this time zones are, different countries have a different time zone. So we have to take UTC, in fact, universal time, and then convert it into Indian Standard Time, and then try to link with the criminal. So this become very cumbersome, and in fact, once we get to know the IP, the 50% our job is done. But then getting IP itself is the first major step, which is the biggest challenge. ISP don't capture IP addresses of individual users of a public Wi-Fi. So why? Because the capturing of IP is not difficult. but storing and keeping it for a long period, it involves cost. So every service provider, internet service provider, they try to minimize the cost of maintenance of their system. So even as on date, as per their TRI guidelines, they are not supposed to capture IP details of public Wi-Fi. They have made some kind of adjustment to maybe to optimize cost. They only maintain the IP data of non public Wi-Fi routers. So means something which is coming to your homes, your offices, and all those things. And even in those cases, because of broadband, the IP keep changing. Because in the broadband connection which most of us use, the IP keep changing. So for the servers also, they need a much bigger server to store that data. So I think it is at the moment it is guideline is 1 year. They are supposed to maintain 1 year data. But then earlier we used to face this problem with the CDR data, which is now we are facing with IPR data. Earlier CDR data is by and large normalized these days. We get standard formats, standard, everybody, all service providers are maintaining it properly and we are getting it very efficiently. But IPDR data is a big challenge still. The format, the data, size, and all those things is still a big challenge, and we are not able to move forward. Another problem is that right now we are using IPv6, but earlier it used to be IPv4. So just to make things simple, these are the IP addresses protocols. In IPv4, the IP addresses were limited to perhaps some 4 billion or something like that. Now this problem will not there in IPv6, but then most of the things, most of the IT systems are still functioning on IPv4 because they are old legacy systems. And in this IPv4, because of shortage of unique IP, they have devised a way to share a port. Again, the same problem, one IP is being used by more than one people at the same time. So at times the number goes to even 1,000 because the internet offers facility with multiple ports you can use as an individual IP. But then our job become much more difficult, where one IP now is being shared by 1,000 people at the same time, then become much more difficult to pinpoint from which IP the crime has been committed. Another is very practical problem, that too many nodal officers. So why nodal officers? Because when you do any kind of transaction, either merchant banking or online banking or any kind of online transaction, you basically, who has the data or your IP data? Only the platform which you are using. Let's say you are using Paytm, only Paytm server will capture your IP data because that is the only, at that point of time. And Paytm is not the only one. We have so many banks, so many payment gateways, so many e-commerce sites. So, and we need to track, and anybody can transact from anyone. From sitting in Bengal, I can buy something from Kerala. I can buy something from, let's say, Rajasthan online. But, and what if these people are not the physical jurisdiction itself creates a lot of problem. Even at times, people are outside also. Many, you can pay in dollars and then still get things. So that things, much more challenging getting the IP. So first is getting the IP, then trying to weather this thing. In fact, we are not even talking about VPN as of now. So once we start talking about VPN actually gives you the facility to anonymize your IP. Like if you're browsing, you are from Calcutta, you can opt that you are browsing from Brazil or any other country of your choice. Every time you log in, they will ask you an option, which country you want to show your IP from. So when the POS or Paytm will record that VPN IP. So now we have another layer. Now, which is the actual IP, then that VPN service provider has to be caught hold of. So more layers means more problem for us, and that is why many times we are not ending up anywhere. Malware and ransomware, same thing. Malware, ransomware, same thing is like there are not many technology involved to analyze malware, how it functioned, and how to investigate. Almost it's a kind of dead end. In fact, Honorable Chief Justice was talking about some kind of cyber attack. One of the most classical cyber attack happened is called Stuxnet. If anybody can Google Stuxnet, you will get a very fascinating story about it. The story is that sometimes in 8 or 9, Americans and Israelis, they developed a small malware called Stuxnet. And they wanted to target Iranian nuclear facility. And they knew that Iranian nuclear facility is using Siemens hardware. So they also knew what operating system Siemens hardware use. Accordingly, they developed a very small malware. In fact, if you go just by the cost of development is less than $100 of a malware. The challenge is how to actually transport it to those facilities, because most of the nuclear facilities are highly secured areas. So they devised a very unique ways. They put it into some pen drive, and in some conference they gave it circulated, and they put that malware in that pen drive. Otherwise also, like this, the beauty is that these malwares can keep floating anywhere on internet without causing any harm, because these programs are written for some particular programs only. So if this program goes to some other system where it have some other operating system, it will not cause any harm. So after some time, maybe 1 year or 2 years, somehow it reached to Iranian facility, and what it did, it has a very small program written about to changing the centrifugal speed, RPM of their turbines. So if you logically think, so every turbines or any device is actually is designed for, let's say, 5,000 RPM. The moment it starts running at 8,000 RPM or 10,000 RPM, it will crash. And that is what exactly happened after almost 2-3 years of spreading this virus. They actually reached to the destination, and where people say that Iranian nuclear program has been stalled for almost 7 to 8 years because of this one small malware. And how did Iranian took the revenge? They actually hacked one of the unmanned surveillance vehicle of US. So they, in fact, hacked their this reconnaissance aircraft, unmanned aircraft, and they make them land in Iran, and they release the video. Otherwise, everybody will refuse that something like that happened. Still, if you'll find some you do Google about Stuxnet, and as well as this American drone captured by Iran, you'll get this news on YouTube. So, and this is a classical case. There are hundreds or thousands of ways to do similar kind of thing. Another big challenge is late reporting of crime. The thumb rule of digital forensics is that in any device, if a data is deleted, it's actually not deleted. I think many of you may be knowing that if you delete a data, your data per se is not deleted. Only the name of the file is deleted. Means that data remains there. Only thing is the index is not there, so the file is not able to identify or in the index table itself where to go and fetch the data. That is one thing. The second thing is, if the data is overwritten once by some other data, then you cannot recover in whatsoever, in whatever technology you use. The technology which is available right now, overwritten data cannot be recovered. That is the thumb rule. So most of the time what happens is, like most of these routers, like when we use internet, the data reaches to us through multiple routers, and all these routers have a unique IP addresses. So and central server only knows the next layer of IP, and that is how it moves one IP to another IP. So nowhere all IPs are actually getting stored. Only, in fact, if you analyze the email header, you will find some IP address of the routers which it has gone through. It captured, but not every data has a header like email. So that is where this overwriting concept becomes important, because The moment this storage device is, let's say you are creating huge amount of data and your storage area is only limited, 1 GB, where you are increasing or creating almost 50 or 0.5 GB every day. So after every 2 days, it will overwrite the old data. So it means that only 2 days data, relevant data you can recover, not beyond that. And this is the most common thing happen with internet routers. Most internet routers has a very small memory. This happens in computers also, but fortunately computers and mobile phones have a huge memory these days. They have a lot of data for investigators, but then routers have a very, very small memories. So this, whenever we try to do analyze the network, we stuck up at this stage. Another is, as I was saying, that the money is routed through multiple banks by these fraudsters, and we have to go account by account. We have to take account and then move forward. Online gaming I have already discussed. The crypto thing is also very important these days. Now the big challenge is like crypto, as I was mentioning. So many people are investing in cryptocurrency without knowing how this crypto ecosystem works. So the crypto has two types of exchanges. One is centralized exchange and one is decentralized exchange. At least for centralized exchanges, there are some KYC norms for registration. So suppose Binance or some other exchange, opening exchange, they will have who are the people running Binance, where it is located. It is located in Singapore, people will come to know. But in case of decentralized exchanges, nobody will know anything about who are the people who are running it, who are the people investing in it or transacting on this. So there's no concept of KYC in decentralized exchange, and a lot of people actually investing through decentralized exchange because people are ready to take risk. So this is a big challenge. So I mean, crypto almost we are able to do much, investigate cases, and out of those centralized crypto exchanges, only 10-15 are in India. Most of them are outside India. So the moment it is outside India, our hands are now completely tight. We can't do much. Legal challenges I would like to highlight, because IT Act, when it was brought initially in 2000, it was never meant to be a penal act. It was just 2 or 3 sections has been added in 65, 66, 67 added for some kind of crime. Primarily it was to legalize e-commerce. So they took the opportunity and added few penal crimes also, penal acts, penal provisions also. In amendment 2008 amendment also, the same section has been, there were few subsection has been put. So in this, and most of the time the punishment is very, very less, and more than punishment, actually the getting conviction is very, very difficult. So this is a legal challenge because ultimately conviction creates deterrence. So this deterrence we are not able to create among people. 65B procedure is a big challenge because this concept came from document, where primary document, secondary document. In physical document, there is always some difference between visible difference between primary and secondary evidence. But in case of electronic document, there is no difference whatsoever. So you cannot find out which is original, which is primary. So the 65B concept has been added to, now they have added layer of the system, who is owning the system, they'll give a certificate, 65B certificate, that he has taken the copy of that system and given it to IO or whatsoever. But then again, it gave a layer where it's very easy to create doubt among the adjudicating judges. Section 78 of IT Act says that only inspector can investigate the case. In fact, in original act it was DYSP, and so we have so few DSPs, and then at least it was amended to 2008. But I think now it's time to come where SIs should be empowered. Why SIs to be empowered? Because first thing is all our IPC cases, even murder cases, are being investigated by SIs. So why not cybercrime cases? Number 2 is SIs are mostly younger. They're normally directly recruited, whereas inspectors are promoted rank. So promoted rank, which we become 15, 20 years. So it's always higher chance of getting a SI who is technically aware, because the younger generation are more tech savvy than the earlier generation. So this is a big challenge for us, because we hardly get people to inspectors. We hardly get enough inspectors to investigate so many cybercrime cases we are recording. Fixing of PO, I think, and hence the witnesses, getting the witnesses is very difficult. Difficult to map corresponding IPC section. In fact, what happens is, most of the cases these days actually where both IT Act as well as IPC sections are added. And corresponding IPC section, the concept of IPC crime like withdrawal, fraudulently, all these terminology are very well defined, because IPC is a very old act. At times, the moment IT Act come, this mapping becomes difficult for people. So, and that is where this bail is easier, and then learned judges also find it difficult to understand where to put, how to, under what category he should put the crime. So this is a big legal challenge. In fact, shortage of public prosecutors and judges. In fact, the IO, the same problem with IOs also. Not that we are very well prepared for it. We are also learning. But since we are the first responder, we are learning a little more or slightly ahead. But then other wings of criminal justice system also needs to learn this thing. I'll take few minutes to suggestions. Since I'm getting this opportunity, I am putting suggestions from my side to all of you. I hope it is going to help us in long run. We actually require a comprehensive Computer Crime Act. Just because of the size of this ecosystem, the criminal ecosystem, and sooner it comes, the better for us. Most of the European countries have a dedicated cybercrime act, penal act. It will help in educating both investigation as well as prosecution. Special courts for cybercrime is possible. In fact, because after some time, all cases will have some kind of cyber component. But till the time that is not reaching, training so many people, so many police officers, so many public prosecutors, so many judges, it is easier to train few and then give all the cases to that particular judge who are trained in this subject. So if maybe special courts is one of the possible solution. SI rank officers I've already emphasized. Still, the most of the FSL, CFSL, and doesn't have a dedicated cadre of digital forensic expert. They have a chemist, they have a biologist, they have a ballistic expert, but they don't have a digital forensic expert as of now. They have hired few, but then hired people, most of the time contractual appointments are very low paid, so they don't stick to their job for long. The moment they get a better opportunity, they leave. So there is not much of continuity. And here also the people, if they spend more time in this subject, they learn more and they become better examiners. So I think it's high time both central government as well as state government should have a dedicated cadre, permanent cadre of digital forensic experts. And we, right now, the APPs and PPs, we have very few special public prosecutor who is technically aware. If we hire more, perhaps more advocates will try to learn the subject and offer their services. Right now we have, I think, only one well-known person, Vihar Chatterjee, who is so much in demand. He is not able to help all of us. He is almost running in all the district. And most of the cases ended in conviction. He was the special public prosecutor. Even in Murshidabad case or here, so he has to do a lot of running around. And these cases are basically not purely IT Act cases. It was different cases in which some digital evidence was produced. And for that only we used his services. But then we need many more such kind of people in the state to help prosecution. And of course, it's not for this August House, but then we need some statute to force all these big IT companies and these crypto people, if they are operating in India, they should have a registered office in India. In fact, Google, almost all of us are using. Google has only 4 people to support Indian law enforcement agencies in the country. And these 4 people also, not fully empowered. So they are also don't get access to their data. They are just coordinating with their central team somewhere in US or somewhere else. So this one, in fact, Facebook people, there was only one guy in Facebook earlier who were talking to us. I'm talking about the people who are actually working with law enforcement. So there was only one guy in Bombay, and perhaps he was dragged in some litigation somewhere in India. That is why he shifted his office in Singapore. So now that person is also not available. So this is a very, very common problem, and this thing. And for common law enforcement, we are heavily dependent on them, rather totally dependent on them for the data and IP details, mostly IP details. So this is also require attention of all of us. So this is all I wanted to say. I try to stick to my 1 hour time, and the house is open for discussion. Thank you, sir. Anyone has any question? Please, yeah. Sir.
Sir, you have said that there are 31 cyber police stations you have established. But in fact, I have heard from Mr. Divas Chatterjee that there are so much trained professionals.
Yes, sir.
And we are facing some problems.
Yes, sir. You are very right, sir. In fact, I also said the same thing, that we have just took the first step. The cyber police station has helped in recording the cases and to understand the size of the problem. So the cases we have started recording. Now we have to develop capacity. We have few trained people in our CID cyber PS and Calcutta Police cyber PS, but we need to train many more people for these cyber police stations in the district. I totally agree with you, sir. We are strategy right.
Another is personal problem. In fact, you have told us that from electricity problem. In fact, I have received regularly from UPCL one. Yesterday also I received one message from UPPCL. That means Uttar Pradesh Power Corporation Limited. I think I have a connection in I did not touch the link. Can I show you? Kindly allow.
Sir, please, sir. I understood your problem, sir. So that is where I didn't mention one thing. So the biggest the problem is the lack of awareness among the people. Biggest problem. So that is why we are also going to colleges, schools also. We try to reach out to as many people as possible. But so you are at least smart enough to understand that it is from UP. Now people may even without thinking UP, they just may click the link.
This is at the end of the day. This
Sir.
is at the end of the day from a state undertaking.
No,
UPCL.
sir, no. So that is what I'm trying to say. So there's something called, I think Pai will talk about it. It's called phishing. And phishing is very common, a very common terminology. So first things, the internet, as I said, my internet IP is the only identity. That is the only identity. So if even there are email free service available where I can send you a mail, in his name and vice versa, and you will not come to know unless you analyze the header very properly. But how many people actually go and check the header of the email? So it is called spoofing. So internet, anybody is sending something, we should not take it as a face value. We should be suspicious first. That is why we should be very, very careful about the links. Most time what they do, sir, like WBSEDCL. WBSEDCL we are all are aware of. If they add another E in that EDCL, if you are not careful, we may even miss that. That is what they do, because in internet, another concept is that on internet there can be only one internet domain address function. All over the world, at the same time, two internet addresses are not possible. Internet domains are not possible. So, but the problem is, as sir was saying in his inaugural address, that actually the internet, the way it grew, nobody thought of regulating it. It like grew on its own. Everybody was bothered about the cost. So most of the internet IP addresses, the protocol they follow, they are, sir, please be seated, sir. please visit. So most of the IP addresses, sir, like the way they allot the IP addresses, they have an automated system. There is no verification system that if I am applying for XYZ organization, a domain, they will come and check that whether I'm actually this person, I have a premise, this premise. It's all automated system. So anybody can first come, first serve. They can get any IP address, and they will allot. They have the minimal. They have done it because just to cut down the cost, and there is a huge geopolitics behind this also, because by and large it is controlled by there's an agency called IANA, Internet Assigned for Name and Number. They actually they have 5 zones all over the world, which they have different protocols for assigning IP addresses. We also have in India, they have one small exchange called IRIN. So .in domain is actually allotted by them, but all other domains .com, all other domain allotted by outside. So like GoDaddy and all these IP service provider, domain service provider, you can register any domain name in your name. You have to just pay the fee, or that is also very minimal. So we should never think that if a message has come to WBJA name also, it has come from them only.
So is it, sir, is it possible?
Sir, please be seated, sir.
Yeah.
Please be seated.
No, it's all right. Seated for quite some time, it's better to stand. Is it possible to install a program or an app which will instantly inform the user that this domain is very similar to so-and-so domains, check for phishing?
Sir,
To a personal computer.
yes, sir. There is no program, but the moment you
No, to create a program to obviate the chance of phishing, that you are getting this domain which is very similar to this
sir,
domain.
theoretically it is possible, but practically there is no such platform.
Now, up to now.
Now.
Disclaimer.
So there is no because the agencies which are registering the domain, they will allow registration of EE also as WBSETCL. If somebody goes with EETCL like Yatra, there was a Yatra.com. There is a travel air flight booking site. There was a faking site where they have an additional A. So it cannot be exactly the same. No, sir. It will look exactly the same. Or very much similar to same. It depends on how smart these people are. They will try to, like most of the bank, ICICI Bank also have a phishing websites. So here the awareness comes that something suddenly comes to you, and the thumb rule is anything looks too good to be true, whether we should not go for those things. The thumb rule. Deceptive things are there. So with this experience, the moment anything like this comes, you don't get perturbed immediately. You just cross-check it, whether it is actually a genuine message or maybe a fake message. There are good chances. Like if you are paying bill regularly, why should suddenly this kind of thing come on you? And if it comes, you should cross-check it, whether it's a genuine message or not. And that is why everybody said that never click on unknown links. So the thumb rule is that you should never click on any unknown links. That is the thumb rule of internet users. Only click the link which you are well aware of. Even the banks also, what happens is, of course, the ICICI Bank will try to stop it, but they will also take some time to get to know. Most of the online job frauds are actually in the name of some known entity, PSUs or known private agencies. It's not that they are anyway, the original organization is anyway involved with this. Anybody like Fortis, which I just sent, somebody opened a website, something similar to Fortis, and then start attracting or inviting people for prospective kidney donors.
Is it your advice to use credit cards only in big shops, restaurants, accredited places, and not in small shops, relatively unknown eating places, to lower the risk of fraud? What is your advice?
Sir, my advice is, sir, you should not hand over your card to the POS people who takes your card away from you. So what happens is, these days, most of the restaurant, they bring POS to you and swipe in front of you. So that means if he has swiped only that device and not in some other device, the credit card data can be copied or swiped in some other device also. So if he takes it with on his counter, you never know that whether he swiped once or twice or swiped on some other device also. So I'm not saying the big or small. One has to be just careful that your card should not be swiped on some other device. And I think you can actually keep your international transaction disabled from your credit card in general, because if you're not a frequent traveler abroad, you don't require to pay in foreign currency. So, but at a default, it will be open. So better you change your credit card setting and disable your international transaction or foreign transaction for foreign currency. At least you will not be duped by an outsider. You can still be duped by insider from somebody from India, but at least not by a foreign entity or individual.
What about domestic e-commerce, where you just need your card expiry date and the CVV?
Sir, not everything is correct. Only thing is, you should be very careful about the phishing sites. So what happens is, suppose you can make your payment on Amazon through credit card and CVV, but then what if you do the same thing in a fake Amazon site? So another thing, I think my next speaker will speak about that. Social engineering. We think that it is technology-wise it is weak, and people are able to break technology and breach networks and committing crime. 99 or more, at least 95% of cases, even 99% of cases are actually done through social engineering. Social engineering is a term used by technical people where they say that they just to get your credentials somehow through non-technical manner. Like my password, my creating a password for a machine is not impossible but very, very difficult. But stealing my password through different means is much easier. So one has to be careful about their password. That is why these people keep on saying that you should have a slightly longer password. You should use uppercase, lowercase, and special characters, so that how does computer work? This keyboard has roughly about 105 or 108 characters, and computer how it's called brute force attack, where if you try to break my password, suppose I have a 4-digit password, it is very easy. If 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, they can actually make all possible combination on the keyboard, which 4 character. But the moment you make it 6 character, this becomes difficult. If you make 8 or 10 characters, theoretically it is possible, but practically it will take years to break that because of this concept of permutation combination. So that is why people say that you should not have very short password. You should always have a alphanumeric password with special character, uppercase, lowercase, so that the machine, become difficult for the machine to predict your password. But then if you are if your clerk takes your password from your bag and he misuses that is much easier than actually break kind of thing. So the social engineering is exactly the same thing, sir. The different ways of capturing exactly what happens is phishing sites. What they do, they capture your credentials through phishing sites, and they may use it on your actual websites. So this is how it is. So I think awareness is the only solution. I think people also becoming more and more aware, but of course, a lot of people are losing money also. I think, one question somebody was asking. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Payal Ghosh Banerjee, representing the Directorate of Prosecution.
Yeah, good to see you.
Hello, sir. I just wanted to ask that we need an idea of the concept of what is cloning attack. An example of cloning phishing. Those things are very unaware to us, I think, to me. Cloning attack, actually, about the concept of cloning.
I don't know what exactly you're meaning with cloning attack, but cloning is as I was saying, anything digital clone can be generated easily. And as it happens, the clone and the original, there is no difference. So in many things, like your website cloning, your even any kind of credentials cloning can be possible if they're able to capture your data. Cloning means, as such, it is not that easy. If you give me a specific example, then I'll be able to answer you more specifically what exactly you're meaning. Cloning is creating a duplicate of anything. So, which is very easy in digital platform. So that is very much possible. If you can give me the example, then I'll be able to answer you more specifically.
If the card is
Yeah,
online.
so ATM cloning, what happens is, as I was talking about swiping, so ATM has some data, your ATM card has some your data, your name, date of birth, your bank account details, and all this, how this is linked. So somebody, if they swipe that ATM card in another device where they actually copy your data, then he recreates use that data for another ATM card. That becomes a clone ATM card, which can be used. That is why they ask for PIN and maybe sometimes two-factor authentication. So multiple factors of authentication means they in fact OTPs. Why they are asking OTP? Because cloning is very easy. Swiping, in spite of best effort, anybody can actually steal your credit card or debit card data. But then, if they are asking for PIN, because this PIN automatically verifies that, because it is linked to your authenticated mobile number. The OTP goes on your authenticated mobile number, and you are putting that PIN in that. Means that you are the right person or right owner or user of that particular credit or debit card. So it is basically cloning means swiping. So you have to be careful about that. That is why you should. That is, I think, there is some ad of RBI also where there's some girls are sitting in restaurant. First thing is, you should not share your PIN card with anyone. That is thumb rule. You should not even share your credit card also with anyone. Unknown people. So, but first is still okay, like giving a credit card, but then PIN is completely no. PIN or OTP. That is why all awareness videos or they always keep on saying that you should never share your OTP or PIN with anyone. That is the thumb rule. So your PIN is very, very important. Yeah. We have, I think we are losing,
Yes.
this was the last question. We are here for the day, so we can, I think, I'm very much sure that similar question will come later also.
Yes.
We'll try to answer as much as possible. As I said, nobody is a complete expert of this domain, so
Yes.
we may not satisfy you, your queries, but we'll try our best.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
So we find that the cyber criminals, they are always operating from outside countries, say foreign countries, Bangladesh, Pakistan, neighboring countries. So in that event, how to bring them to justice? Because suppose if there is no extradition treaty, then in that event, I am Chief Judge City Sessions Court.
Yeah.
So we find that these criminals, it's a big racket going on. Some are operating from within the country and some are operating from outside the country. So if somebody is robbed out of his entire bank balance and the money goes out of the country, so how the first responder, the cops, how do you react to this? And what is your suggestion to the citizens of this country?
The only suggestion is that you should not use a platform about which you are not very sure of.
Yes.
So I am discouraging you about using crypto and all. Complete no. If you don't know the ecosystem, better you don't venture into that area. Whatever you are, like, if you are investing in, let's say, mutual fund and all, why everybody say that you should not invest in equity, better you invest in mutual fund, because you may not be completely aware about the dynamics. Yes. Something same about this also. Like most of the things, like we should not do anything which we don't understand well. To answer your question, you are saying, please seated.
Yes.
Please take your seat. So you said that many times people are committing crime from the other country. This is also a misnomer. This is the age of VPN, where anybody can actually, and moreover, every criminals have a lot of opportunity nearby. Why he should try to go outside? He will try to, if a Pakistani is criminally there, he will try to target his own people. Why he will take the trouble to come to India and all and plan like that? Because he have to coordinate with Indians and all those things. It is more difficult. So in this, in the age of VPN, your IP can be anonymized. So if your IP address says that it is from Bolivia or Peru, may not be true. Actually, he may be your neighbor, because through VPN you can actually change IP address. So because and VPN is a legal service. But yes, if it is, there are many cases where many people are involved, especially in crypto. A lot of people are involved from outside. Crypto racket is much bigger, international type. But most of the like e-commerce rackets and all those things, they are mostly local. Jamtada, even now, even Bihar, a lot of people are getting involved. Other places also, a lot of people are learning about it and they are trying to commit this crime. In fact, we as a cop, we are expecting that most of the petty criminals will switch over to cybercrime than actually this house theft and all, or house burglary. It is much safer. They don't have to venture out. They don't have to take the risk to go to and get caught physically. It's much safer. So extradition treaty is a big challenge, but that comes much later. Let us first focus on whatever problem available at hands. Yes, extradition is a big problem. If somebody is outside the country and we don't have extradition treaty, the whole process is very, very lengthy and time-taking.
Chances of fleeing from justice, leaving the country through the porous borders is always there.
That will always be there. Yeah.
Abroad, committing the crime within the country and fleeing from the porous borders of our country, you cannot rule it out.
Yeah,
so
that
how to bring them to justice?
Difficult question, but then depending on size of the crime. In fact, anyway, nobody can guarantee 100% solution of everything. We don't have.
Prevention comes,
Yeah.
technically prevention comes. Very difficult. Law can be made, but the technical prevention is most important.
And I'm sure that with the time to come, more and more technology will come. We will also become more technically aware. We will have much more stronger tools for handling this kind of crime and criminals. Thank you very much. It was a privilege to speak to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such informative and insightful presentation. We have got a comprehensive overview of cybercrime. We are now ready to move on to the next presentation of the seminar, that is Technical Session 2. I request Mr. Hari Krishna Pai, IPS, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Special Task Force, Kolkata, to come onto the dais, please. Mr. Pai is a BTech in Electrical and Electronics Engineering and MTech in Industrial Engineering and Management. Now I request Mr. Pai to start the presentation, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chief Justice of Calcutta High Court, other Honorable learned judges, my colleagues and all others who are present here. First of all, I would like to thank you for this wonderful opportunity, both West Bengal Judicial Academy and also to the team who has contributed immensely in preparing this presentation. So, before going on to my presentation, I would just tell how we are proceeding. I would just try to explain different modus operandi criminals are adapting so that we can save ourselves from them. As Kusmagar sir already told, awareness is the key, because once we know that it's a trap, then we will be more, our guards will be on so that we can save ourselves from such crimes. So that will be the first part, and I'll start with an overview of why cybercrime is becoming increasingly important, not only for India, but also for the world. Can I have Amit on stage? So we'll start with an overview of how the global patterns has been changing with regard to why cybercrime is so important. And so if we see cybercrime in a global perspective, it's almost costing $6 trillion per annum. That's almost twice the GDP of India. That's how deep the problem is. And it's expected to scale up to $10.5 trillion per annum by 2025. So it's growing at a huge pace. And as Kusumar sir ended with, it's crime in the physical environment requires huge risk taking. Like if you're going for a crime, it's highly likely that you get caught, and for that high risk, you are getting some reward in form of money or whatever. But in cyber, the things are quite different, because you don't have to take high risks, but at the same time, the rewards are quite big in terms of crores of rupees or huge returns in crypto coins, cryptocurrency and all those things. So that's how this problem is spreading all over the world. And now there is one particular interesting terminology which was used by Sri Shashi Tharoor, that is the problems without passport. We need a passport to go to another country, but the problems in a globalized world with the internet doesn't require passport to come from US to India or from any other country to India. Just the case of Stuxnet, which sir explained, was a classic example of the same. It emerged in one country, and without passport, it left to the another country. So we need to see the issue as a whole. Then only we will get the right perspective, because the cooperation, the policy framework within the country, cooperation among the countries, there are a lot of topics which are beyond our control, which will actually create a very much secured environment. But even now, within the limited laws or with the limited mechanisms we have, there are many things which we can do ourselves to save ourselves from cybercrime. So I would just like to focus on that. This was already covered. Now, this is one thing that everybody needs to understand, that to do a cybercrime in 1990s would require a lot of technical knowledge. You can see in the red line how far technical knowledge you required earlier. Nowadays, there are ready-made tools available which, even if you are not a hacker, you can do cybercrime. Because there are a lot of, for example, call spoofing. It's a simple app which you download, and I put your phone number and I put somebody else's phone number and call you. You will get the call as if that somebody else is calling you. So that is the level of technology, that is the level of free internet, that is where free internet has taken us into. So this is the perspective which we should have when we approach cyber crimes. Now, privacy in the current scenario is a myth. To understand that, I have a video, and you can see what Al-Qaeda training manual is mentioning, it's a very interesting thing, using public resources. Public resources means whatever is available in the open internet. Without resorting to illegal means, it is possible to gather at least 80% of information required about the target. But things are changing slowly. Facebook, everybody has got the locking systems in their profile. Before it was even more easier. Now, data is a basic raw material. Data is the strength. It can be a strength. It is a strength for an IT industry also. At the same time, it is the strength for cyber criminal also. So our first priority should be to keep our data secure within ourselves. So my presentation would be focusing on that part also. So this is a small video on what all Facebook knows about us.
Want to know how much Facebook knows about you? The personal data of around 50 million users was stolen and used to influence the 2016 US presidential elections. And this could happen to pretty much anyone, even you. So here's how to find out what Facebook knows. Hit the drag down button on the right. Click on settings. You'll have a number of options on the left. Choose ads. Now this takes you to the ad preferences page. Scroll down a bit, click on your information and your categories. Now this is the profile Facebook has created on me and is sharing with advertisers. It's quite accurate about my personal life, the kind of tech I use, and also what kind of shopping I do. On the very same page, you can also see your interests. In fact, Facebook breaks it down for you into different categories, like news and entertainment, lifestyle and culture, and many more. Facebook tells me that I'm into millennials, women's rights, cats, and apparently plus-size clothing. But some things are wrong, like dudism. I don't even know what that is. And that's not all. There's a copy of everything you've ever done on Facebook. All of your personal information and activity is archived within your Facebook profile. Just go to your general settings and you will find the link to download a copy. Then click on Download Archive. When I tried this, I got a notification and an email within half an hour. The file was almost 350 MB and had a record of my photos, videos, messages I've sent and received, and an endless list of ads that I've engaged with, and also pokes. Remember those? It's like a big chunk of my personal life archived in a folder. That's actually much more than my mom or my best friend would ever know about me. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. It's just the data that Facebook has made available to you. Who knows how much more information they have? So as the saying goes,
If you're not paying for the product, you are the product.
So a few takeaways from here. So privacy is basically more and more becoming a myth unless there are strong laws like digital data privacy laws, which government of India is contemplating to make. And unfortunately, the scenario is like law enforcement agencies are getting even more lesser data than what actually we should have because of the transnational jurisdiction and all those things. Whereas the IT companies and other scammers and other people who shouldn't, they have more data. This is the current scenario. So only a strong policy making can only solve the current situation. Now, if we go for an Indian perspective, India has the second largest number of internet users in the world. Most of them are youngsters, 18 to 35 years. Majority of the offenders are under 30 years. One major reason could be unemployment, easy money, many of those factors. But this is the reality we are facing. Government has set up CERTIN and Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, as Kusmar sir already covered. And from WBP and KP, we are trying to train more and more manpower so as to investigate. As pointed out by Honorable Judge, it's right that we don't have sufficient manpower. It's a big challenge for us to scale up the manpower who are actually having the knowledge of handling cybercrime. The number of crimes are increasing. It's already discussed. Now, this slide I would like to draw your attention. Please pay some time to this. Though there is a wide variety of crimes that can happen over the internet, majority of the crimes are online financial fraud or social media related crime. So if we focus on these 2 points, how to prevent these, majority of the crimes itself can be prevented. So that would be a major part of the presentation. I would be focusing on that point only. So this was already told. Profile of cybercrime criminals, just to give a perspective. Either they are purely fraudsters, otherwise teenagers who are more tech savvy. Business rivals, yes, the source of data often comes from rivals. professional hackers, discontented employees, it happens very often. Persons with strained relationship. One relationship goes wrong, you have some personal data, you publicize it. That cases happen a lot of times. Now, present trends. Now I am going into my actual content. How actually these fraudsters operate? What are the various means by which they access our information without even our knowledge and do crimes? Majority of the techniques involve something called phishing, wishing, or smishing. These three are almost the same except for the means by which they take the information. Phishing is like that, that's a form of social engineering, that they manipulate you to share your information, that without even you knowing, you will share your information, very sensitive information, just like password or OTP, and they will do whatever they want, which involves they actually defraud people over phone. When it is done over phone, it's called phishing. When it is done over an SMS, it is called smishing. So there are different means, but the core idea is the same, is to steal your data, your personal, your password, your OTP, and to get the best out of it. So this is the original site of SBI, online sbi.in. Now, see the phishing site, the perfection they are trying to make. But see the address line there. That is something different, which doesn't have SBI. But as Kusmar sir already mentioned, it is very easy to create like SBIL or SBIC or something like that. So first thing we can check is the header, as sir already told, but we have something more which we can do. I'll come to that. So this is one thing. If you create a fake website of, say, any bank or any utility services, it is very easy to take the account details of somebody, saying that you have if you go and enter the details, your password, your username, done. Then there is only two-factor authentication that remains, that is the OTP. So what happens is that these phishing websites keep on collecting username, password, and all these things, and once they get the linked phone number from, say, some dark web sites or something, then they actually contact the person and try to get the OTP. This is the general modus operandi what these criminals resort to. Now, this is exactly the case which sir had mentioned, that there is a fake electricity disconnection SMS coming through, and there is one random phone number given that you contact that particular guy. Now, what will keep us guarded? First thing, our own awareness that this can be fake. And second, I'll explain when we go to the website. Once you are asked to pay through some particular website or something, then you can actually check whether the website is genuine or not using the security certificate. So next type of crime is organized crime, is based on call centers. And call centers, I can broadly classify into two kinds. One is the call center, which actually calls and defrauds, which is a purposeful physical setup that we have. And they call and they do say that we have mistakenly transacted you an amount, you need give your username, password, we want to take back that amount, or some tax refund credit, or whatever excuses they say, and they take your detail and they do the transaction. This is what happens. And second broader classification is when you search some particular call center number in Google, many a times some ad sites get preference, and you go into the wrong person for thinking that you are calling actually the Samsung call center or LG call center or whatever, and then they take your data. So this is one mool mantra that everybody should please pay attention to. Google Guru can be wrong also at times. Yesterday afternoon when I checked for Samsung call center, it showed a wrong number. In the evening when I checked, it showed the right number. So it happens because Google also keep on rediscovering. But at that particular moment, if we go for that wrong number, then it can be detrimental. That happens. So what they do is that once we call them, they will get all our data, or they will ask for upright payment depending on the purpose. You have to transfer this much amount, then only you will get the service. You will transfer the amount and you will no more get the service. Now, this is an interesting scam, work from home scam, which has taken over after COVID situation. There are many ads which say that you can simply sit at home and earn money. I'll explain. This is very planned. This has multiple layers. So the first thing they will say is to like a YouTube video or Instagram video. They will first SMS you asking whether you are interested to work from home. If you say yes, then they will add you to a Telegram group where there will be many testimonials. Yeah, this changed my life and all those things. And now they will ask you to simply like a YouTube video, simply like an Instagram video, so that they will keep you paying small amounts, like 1,000 rupees per like, or say 3,000 rupees for one share, or of that sorts. And they will initially pay you also. So you will think that it is very genuine. Why don't we earn more? Then they will start luring you to larger scams, saying that if you, we want to retrieve you more money, we want to give you more money, you take a bigger task. Now you will be offered 1 lakh. Once you are offered 1 lakh, you will not get the payment upfront. You will say that you have to complete some other task and you have to invest in cryptos. Then only we can retrieve, because we also make dividends from crypto only. So you please invest in crypto, so that we can, your 1 lakh rupees got locked because of some XYZ reasons. You need to invest more money to retrieve it. Then they ask you to invest more money. You will be investing 3 lakhs. You will be investing, then they will say, yes, your 3 lakhs has become 6 lakhs. To retrieve it, you have to reinvest. Otherwise, you cannot, as per company policy, you cannot take back. So they will keep on giving some excuses and ask you to invest more money until the point when you realize that you have been defrauded. And this happened with one of the friends whom I know. He told that, sir, my account got hacked. Account got blocked. Once we inquired, then we got to know that the initial money, which 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 or 30,000, whatever was paid, was actually from another victim. So this is how the cyber criminals play with us. They won't, you will get the money from another scam, so that police will block your account only. They will never get to the real criminal, because what the real criminal does is that they actually bunch up these accounts. They use a lot of layered transactions through mule accounts. Ultimately, they will convert it to crypto or to any foreign land, which will be literally very difficult to trace. Social media frauds, lot of shapes of them, like Facebook friend, some unknown person coming as the Facebook friend to you and asking you to do some transfers on some pretext. There are a lot of such scams which we come across. Now, among these, all these cases have some common modus operandi. Either they will say, they upfront say that they need money for some purpose, or they will lure you into the same Telegram scam, saying that I have some job offer for you or whatever means, and ultimately they will lure money. So social media is basically used as a vehicle to reach to gullible customers, gullible victims, to actually reveal their passwords and reveal their details, or make them transfer money through some means. Now, this is a very interesting case. Here, the Chinese got their luck very bad. What happened was that one person, Hyderabad police was actually tracking. He had 2 phones. He had been running a huge investment scam like this. The method I mentioned, that he used to lure customers to invest and stash the money abroad. Now, it was done on the behest of a Chinese criminal entity. What happened was that he was offered multiple trips to Dubai and all those things, and he was coordinating the entire operations in India. Now, when the police got to know about him, he was in Dubai. So police waited for him to come back. Once he landed in the airport, police got caught hold of him. He had 2 phones. One phone had 2 phones he had. One phone he had already converted from flight mode to normal mode once he reached the airport. Then these people actually have some mechanism by which even all the organized criminals have some mechanism to ensure that these people are not caught by police. They used to give periodical messages which we need to reply in some particular manner. When this particular message didn't go, then Chinese got a field key, this guy is in police custody. They immediately deleted the entire data in the first phone. He was actually caught by the police by that time. So he couldn't change the second phone from the flight mode to normal mode. So the Chinese sitting in China couldn't wipe his phone. They were wiping actually using a remote access app. So that actually gave clues to the police that how big this investment scam was. It almost gave an investment scam which was as huge as 712 crores. And as per Hyderabad police, had the second phone not been wiped, then the magnitude of the issue would have been much bigger. So first case I told you about phishing, how they lure you, how they lure to maybe in the pretext of electricity disconnection, or maybe in the pretext of banking website, or maybe in the pretext of any other simple thing that they make you reveal your password, they make you reveal your username. The system doesn't take it, nor does SBI share it with anyone. So it is the victim only. In 99% of the cases, it is the victim himself or herself who is revealing the detail. Second trend we see is the spoofing. Spoofing is of multiple types, like caller ID spoofing, as I told you. Like I can show myself to be Shah Rukh Khan's, if I know Shah Rukh Khan's number, I can put Shah Rukh Khan's number in this thing, and I can call someone and say that I'm Shah Rukh Khan speaking. Now there are apps which can even change the sounds and even the videos. I will come to that. So there are a lot of possibilities with these technologies. Website spoofing, we saw how SBI website was spoofed. Email spoofing, to show you as if you are being mailed from some particular firm, whereas it is actually the wrong person who is mailing. Here also we can just do the random check of the header, as sir has already mentioned, because criminals don't have complete sophistication to clone the domain name or get the exact domain name. It is very difficult. What they do is that they send the mail, they wait for if they send it to 100 persons, they are sure that at least 1 or 2 will fall into their trap. This is the vulnerability actually they make use of, rather than the technology. Now, DNS spoofing is the domain name spoofing, as if we make something very similar to SBI. IP spoofing is very much possible with multiple things like paid VPN services and other things. Text message spoofing is what actually happened with, like, if we get a SMS saying that SBI CTP, and saying some particular message from SBI. Though telecom service providers have a check-in mechanism for such domain names, many a times it slips out of their hand and such messages can come. And there are many messaging apps also, which may not be even, they may be just helping them to spoof the header actually. GPS spoofing, just to spoof the location. All these things are different type of spoofing. Spoofing actually says that I am a different person, and please share your detail because I am supposed to know your detail. Spoofing, there are a lot of examples. We can have recruitment scams. We can have hotel booking, fraud in hotel booking. Like we will have some website which will say that you can get discount in this particular hotel. If you say get something like tajhotels.org, we may fall into the trap. So these type of things happen very well. Now, this is a level higher. It is the deep fake. Such crimes haven't been started to report in India, but anytime it may start happening. It's simply use of artificial intelligence to change the face and voice. I'll show you how wonderfully it works. This is a film Godfather. All might have seen, I'm sure that all of you might have seen this film.
Casino.
The person you see in the screen is
Corleone family wants
South
to buy
Indian
you
actor
out.
Mohanlal. This is another South Indian actor Mammootty.
No, I buy you out. You don't buy me out.
Your casino loses money. Maybe we can do better.
You think I'm skimming off the top, Mike?
You're unlucky.
You goddamn guineas really make me laugh. I do you a favor and take Freddie in when you're having a bad time,
This
and
is
then you
another
try to
third
push
actor.
me
He is
out.
also a Malayalam actor.
You took Freddie in because the Corleone family bankrolled your casino because the Molinari family on the coast guaranteed his safety. Now we're talking business. Let's talk business.
Yeah, let's talk business, Mike. First of all, you're all done. The Coyote family don't even have that kind of muscle anymore. The Godfather is sick, right? You're getting chased out of New York by Bazzini and the other families. What do you think is going on here? You think you can come to my hotel and take
So
over?
I think it's very clear how technology can be used to
Corleone family.
create such videos and fool us at any point. Now this is another video. This was very popular on social media sites. Many of you have seen this.
What you see on the top part of this video is a completely AI generated video of me talking to you, but as an entirely different person. You can see that if I turn my face and move it around, the fake video does the same, obviously. And it also mimics my facial expressions. But if you think this fake video is not exceptionally good, it's because we only did 10,000 iterations to train the AI. Imagine if we did 100,000 or even 1,000,000 iterations. Trust me, you will not even realize it's a fake. You must have already seen politicians and celebrities being deep fake because all you need is a video of anyone to train the AI. It's that easy and very sensitive. So this is a deep.
So it's quite easy to do such things. So only a digital forensic examination would actually establish whether that video is genuine or not. Now, not to fall into this trap is even more difficult. It is just to make you aware. There is no single shot solution that can actually save from such scams, because you may genuinely believe that it is such a person unless you call and verify. This is sextortion. It's very common. What happens is that some person, maybe through some chatting apps and all, they get into friendships, they started video call and they start stripping themselves. The moment they start stripping, and your face will be in the camera as shown, and the moment that happens, they take a screenshot and start blackmailing. That they get the screenshot, they will say that we have access to all your contacts, we will send to everyone. And there has been even the cases of suicides happening over such criminal intimidation. So this is one form, sextortion, which I already mentioned. They will blackmail for money, and once you satisfy their demands, then they may leave you alone. Otherwise, so it's another means to gain money. Now, this is another interesting case where one person created a Facebook profile called Louis Williams, and he told ki matlab, I am your friend, I have got some gifts from abroad, but customs department caught me in the airport, please pay me this much amount in tax so that I can send the gift to you. Ultimately, Louis Williams turned out to be this person who was caught from New Delhi. This is a case with Kolkata police. And another person, this icon which you see in the right, that is actually that is actually another chatting app. So one government employee actually got into trouble having a friendship with one fake profile. And now those fake profiles actually turned out to be Nigerians operating in the name of Nasreen Khan. And after they transferred around 35 lakhs, only they could realize that they are being cheated. So these sort of things happen. So fake loan app and AEPS frauds are the recent trends, which I am not covering because my next speaker, Vidit, is covering that. Now we are going into, so I mentioned most of the criminals adapt actually our own weaknesses to get our data and do crimes. So the best part for us to do is to stay safe through our own guards. Security depends on 20% technology and 80% human intelligence. For all these crimes which I covered, ransomware, malware, these are all certain higher order crimes which should be taken care at an enterprise level. But for an individual level, our own guard will save us from almost 80% of the crimes. Most of the cyber frauds occur due to lack of awareness. So creating awareness is what is being focused on. Now, stronger security for your Google and Facebook account, we can keep our profiles locked. We can use two-factor verification, and WhatsApp even now has a chat lock feature. So many of the things we can do. And the two-factor authentication is actually a very strong mechanism. Unless we reveal our OTP, there is no means. So it is ultimately the gullible persons who are revealing their OTPs and getting into trouble. Our username, password, maybe we do a mistake and we give through phishing sites. Somehow, once we give, then it is with them, and even without realizing. But the OTP is there always to guard us. So never share an OTP is what bank always says, and with a very good reason. Bank never calls us for all these things. We just need to be aware that bank will never call us to ask any third-party application, because the third-party applications is also very dangerous thing. What they do is that they install AnyDesk, TeamViewer type of apps in our phone, and then they ask us to do internet banking on certain pretext. For example, they will say that you have your KYC to be updated, so you please download this app. Through that app, you can do the KYC update. That app would be actually a cloned form of some AnyDesk or TeamViewer, which actually shares your screen with another user. Once you enter the password and username, they can actually see what you are entering. So this is a big dark area which people should be aware about, the data sharing apps, which we shouldn't install at any cost. Unless we know that the app is safe, we should never install. So all these other points were already discussed. Now, how can we ensure that our mobile is safe? These are certain common points which we can always follow. We can always use a PIN or password, always download app from the official store only. Once we go for the app, I'll come to in the next step, how can we see whether the app is genuine or not. Keep your apps and OS up to date. Do not use OTP code to anyone. Avoid unsecured public Wi-Fi. Now, there is one thing called juice jacking. When we use our mobile phones for charging in certain public places like airports or some places, the charger which you see can actually be a device which can actually steal the data from your phone. Because once the phone's physical access is there, there's a lot of things people can do. Unless we have physical access to your phone, it's very difficult to remotely access your phone unless we have the apps like AnyDesk or something. It is not as easy as we see in the movies. Android has a very high level of file level encryption. So does iPhone has. So it's not easy for others to get data. It is fancy movies we can see it's very easily hacked. Hacking is not an easy thing, but this thing can always happen, juice jacking, because once you connect the phone physically, then it's very easy. Then it becomes much more easier to get into trouble. So this thing, avoid using such places for charging the phone. Now, when we go to the apps, we can actually look at the top listed apps because they may be mostly genuine. See ratings and review just before installing. Check the features. Ask the right person. Many of them share the developer details also. And once the developer detail is genuine, then there is at least some level of authenticity into it. Looking for the right website. This was what sirs were earlier discussing, so I'll just go in bit detail. First thing is to check the domain name itself, because getting the right domain name, for one criminal it may be easy, but not for all the criminals. So 99% of the cases, the domain name may have got some mistake in it. So once we can spend a little time, once we are doing a financial transaction, at least we have to just glance the domain name, whether it is right or not. Further look into this particular thing, HTTPS and to these things, or this padlock sign, or this green color. All these things show that your site is encrypted, that your data cannot be taken by any third party other than the website. So that gives a level of security. Now, the question is that whether any HTTPS site cannot be cloned or not. Cloned means phishing site. It can be made. One can make a site like https://sbil. That is possible. Now, how will we go further into this? There actually comes the role of the SSL certificate. I'll just show you the very WBSCDCL site which we saw. There's a padlock sign here. I'm just clicking on it. Connection is secure. Permission to use. All these things are there. Connection is secure once we click. Sorry. Certificate. So I'll explain how it is done. I think there is some problem with the screen sharing. There is a padlock sign in the address line. There will be a padlock sign. Now, once we click this padlock sign, we can see connection is secure, permissions for this site, cookies, track prevention. But there is one more link which is SSL certificate. Vidit, can you just help me out? I think this browser is sort of different. Generally, what happens, there is something called certificate in this link. SBI. Okay. So once we click this, yes. So once we have this site settings, I just click that site settings. Generally what happens was that the browser in which I was using actually showed directly something called certifications. There is something called SSL certification. You can actually see who the certificate is issued to, because HTTPS has got
whenever we are visiting any website, whether it is for banking transaction or e-commerce or any other thing, we need to just check first the URL. When this padlock sign is there, it gives one clue that site is secure. We need to be W assured. We need to click on this padlock like this, and then this connection is secure. In case of farming related website, like the website which looks similar but which are not authentic, created by the fraudulent, this connection will not be shown as secure. There is a possibility that they can also get some security certificate, or they can deceive on this point. In that case, we need to go and see the certificate is valid or
yes.
not.
There you
If
can.
the certificate is valid, then we need to click and find out who has issued this certificate and the certificate issued to whom. If it has been issued to State Bank of India, it indicates it's secure website of SBI, we can avail it. Else, we need to immediately move away. Else, we will be victim of fraud.
For this is applicable to every sites. We checked with 4 or 5 websites. WBSCDS site also I can just show you. It also has and even ICICI Bank, when we checked, it also showed us the same. So this is one area where we can actually check whether the security certification is right or not. Especially when you are going to do some payment. If it is a big amount, please do just a random check whether you have this certification. It hardly takes 1 minute. More about some common small things which we can do just to protect ourselves from cyber frauds. Strong password, as it is already told, it is very difficult to track a strong password by any machine algorithm. 2-factor authentication. Never share your card number, expiry date, PIN, CVV, OTP with anyone. So earlier there was a lot of ATM cloning which was going on. Nowadays it's not happening because the ATM card has been encrypted. The chip which you see in the new ATM cards, they actually have got the encryption feature, which will prevent the data from being stolen just by a swap. But even in that case, it is always better to keep ourselves safe, not to hand over our card beyond our eyes. So for that, many of the service providers now often offer the Wi-Fi payment feature, in which you do not have to hand over the card. Never write pins on cards or websites, especially with many people this thing happens, they keep the card and the pin together. There is nothing worse that you can do, because it directly gives access to both of the credentials of you in the single place. Once your wallet is stolen, then any criminal can steal your money. Original and antiviruses. Don't post inappropriate or illegal content, because the more we share on social media, the more we are vulnerable. So we can guard ourselves by sharing less, or keeping our profile locked, or keeping the access to those contents to limited people. Don't open email attachments, links, instant messages. Never give out personal information about your family, your friends, because these are all the details which they use for such calls. That your father, your mother, all these things they do, because they do a basic research before calling. No net banking using public Wi-Fi. Now, this is one thing which I personally follow, the last part. Separate bank account for UPI faster transactions and another bank account for high value transactions. Because if somebody hacks my UPI account, the maximum he can get is rupees 10,000 or 15,000, not more than that. Because not at any point of time would that account will have 10 to 15,000. We have a separate account which I only use for certain limited transactions. I transfer the money from that account to this particular account whenever I need to use UPI transactions. So this thing will actually keep your systems rather secure, and devices also. I never operate my high value account using my mobile phone. I use it in the laptop. Laptop is less accessible to public than my mobile. So that is one thing. And separate devices, for that part was already mentioned. So these are certain things which we can actually follow, which is very easy to follow, which will make the life of cyber criminal very hard. Now, the part which we have to cover is of the real cyber attack, malicious software which can harm, exploit. So virus, worms, trojans, ransomware, spyware, adware, all these things are little bit different technically, but all of them do the same thing. They infect your system for their own gain. Viruses or worms, they actually change the processes. Viruses actually steal, they can actually change the program code and change the process, as Stuxnet did. Worms may slow down your computer. Trojans may actually look genuine, but they copy the data. They do. Ransomware actually encrypts the data and keeps, they actually threaten to pay money for releasing the data. Spyware actually spies on whatever confidential data you have maintained. Adware is basically a spam type of thing. So these are all, Honorable Chief Justice Sir has already mentioned about the important cases which happened. So I'm not going to it again. These are all the certain main ransomware attacks which we had in India. Now, why malware is becoming important for a firm? It can result in data breaches, financial loss, reputational damage. Now, once you're in an enterprise, you have to educate employees. Maybe we are all moving to online systems. Courts are moving online. Police department is moving online. All the departments, education is moving online. Healthcare is moving online. All the places, the cyber security part, we have to invest in the cyber security infrastructure and educate the employees. These factors will actually go a long way to save ourselves from such attacks. So these are all the common means by which malware spreads. This is just like understanding how COVID spreads so that we can stay away from COVID. How a malware spreads, phishing emails, infected removable media. Many companies, many big IT companies don't allow pen drive to be taken inside because of this specific reason. Malicious websites, if you visit malicious website from that particular system, then they may actually hack into your system. Software vulnerabilities. So any softwares which we are using that has got vulnerability, and the hackers or the developers actually get through those softwares. Now, best practices, it's all general things except for the last few points. Employee training and awareness, keep softwares updated, data backups. Yeah, this is one thing which is very important. Once we are managing a big server, it is always necessary to have a disaster recovery mechanisms, because however advanced we are, we never know, someone advanced than us may come as a criminal or an attacker. So for that, we need to be prepared that whatever damage they cause should be salvaged with the least possible time. So we need to have a proper backup. Web browsing safety, we can actually we can install firewalls. There are both software and hardware firewalls. Larger enterprises go for proper hardware firewalls which offer a larger protection. So basic problem is that we all try to cut costs. Even the telecom service providers, everyone, try to cut costs at the cost of security. That is the underlying point which we should be aware of and which we should be very much careful about. Now, DDoS attacks is almost same as ransomware. Media reports on, these are all like just to add some larger perspectives on how cybercrime work. Smart TV mounted on the wall. Man, all these things, all the devices are electronic, all the devices are turning smart. So all these are double-edged swords at any point. So we have to maintain a basic hygiene to keep ourselves secured. These are all the new trends which we see. Now I'll just end by explaining you certain basic concepts to give a better understanding what is dark web. Dark web is a very much used term. What we see in surface web, the thing is that all the websites in surface webs are indexed by search engine. Suppose I search SBI online in Google, it will give a result. Suppose I do the same search in Yahoo Mail, it will lead to yahoo.com. It will give the same result. Say, or any other browser for that case will lead to the same website because it is indexed in all the search engines. Domain names are registered. The point Honorable Justice Mukherjee sir mentioned in the morning. These websites are actually, whichever genuine websites, they are registered, they have a proper DNS ownership, which we can actually track and which we can actually get legally. Can be accessed through normal web browsers, because we generally use Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, or whatever browsers. They can actually take us to these websites which are available in the surface web. But what about deep web? Deep web and dark web are almost, many a times we get confused. Basically, internet is just the connection between two computers. And this 2 can be 2 raised to n, any number of computers. So deep web is not indexed by search engines. It can be a simple connection within a compound. It can be also, it is also a web in the strictest sense, because it is two computer systems talking to each other. Now, when two computers within a firm talks to each other, it may not be accessible to any search engine because it is not indexed. There is no particular website. You need to enter indiscrete domain name. Maybe you have to enter the IP address. In our childhood days, when we were in the schools, there may be many websites which we give as 192.161.1. They are all like those websites which are not indexed in the open domain. So they are meant for restricted access. And many times these may have indiscrete domain names also, because here the domain names are not known to only a few people. Dark web is basically a subcategory of deep web, because all these features of deep web apply to dark web also, with certain more exceptions. Like for example, deep web may be registered. Dark web is completely unregistered. It is not registered at all. Can be accessed through normal web browsers, because all these 162.161 also we used to access through Google Chrome only, or maybe Mozilla Firefox only. But dark web, we need certain specific applications to access, like Brave browser or Tor browser or something like that, to access, because that is that part of web which is restricted to be accessed only through certain web applications, and it has all the features of deep web also. Indiscrete domain names, you cannot remain the domain name of any dark website. It will be too long or too difficult, maybe more complicated than our own internet banking passwords, that it cannot be remembered. So it is non-indexed, it is indiscrete, it requires specific application. Now the fourth important challenge, anonymity and the non-traceability. This is the problem with darknet. Whichever cases of darknet which comes through us, it is traced to some certain other points which is not better discussed in this forum, but it happens not because of we go through the IP, we go to this thing, it doesn't happen that way, it is very difficult, but we get some other clues which we actually work out and actually develop who the criminal is. But once it gets into dark web or deep web, the layers, as Kusumar sir mentioned, becomes much more complicated and much more difficult for police to crack. Tor network and VPN network, these two are very useful things also, at the same time used by the criminals also. What is Tor? Tor is basically having minimum 3 number. Like I have to go from Kolkata to, I have to go from Park Street to Behala. I can go directly the shortest route I take. That's how internet generally works. Once you use Tor network, there are certain Tor nodes identified across the world. They are volunteers. They have told me this machine is a Tor node. Now the traffic will be routed through those 3 Tor nodes, at least 3 Tor nodes, so that from the user end, he will see the first Tor node, and it will go to a second Tor node and third Tor node, and from that it will go to the destination. The problem is that when we see from the destination end, say from Facebook, when we ask Facebook who accessed you, they say that this Tor node accessed me. They don't know that this particular online user accessed me. So we have to come across these layers. It is, strictly speaking, it is possible. If the Tor nodes are ready to share the data, it is very much possible to investigate, but the problem is that we don't have the legal mechanisms to ensure. So as I initially told, the problem is more of policy making and the world coming together to make internet a better secured place. It is not the technology per se is the challenge. Technology has solution to everything. In fact, cybercrime is the most easiest thing to establish because everything is there in the computer. The problem is that complexity is in the data sharing mechanism. Unlike if a murder happens with no witness, there is nothing, only God is there to testify. But here there will be a computer definitely to testify for you ki this particular person accessed. But the problem is that we don't have access to these data due to the limitations in the legal systems, due to non-cooperation between different governments, due to different legal systems in different governments and all those things. So these are very complex issues which are beyond maybe a single individual or a single officer or a single institution to combat. It is a collective responsibility. Now, virtual private network is more of like Tor only, except for that it is centrally owned. I told that Tor nodes may be spread across different, even like if we want to volunteer, we can also own a Tor node. But VPNs are basically paid services or maybe free services also, but in a single server or a few servers which is owned by a single company. Like for example, NordVPN means it will go through NordVPN server. If the NordVPN is ready to share the data, then the case is solved. Now the problem is NordVPN not being ready to share the data. So this is an institutional problem. It is nothing is impossible in technology, and nothing is impossible in technology investigation also, except when the data is deleted. The problem is that in the guise of cost cutting, even our telecom service providers, internet service providers invest very little into security and more into providing services and cost cutting. So this is a big problem. This is a big policy issue, which we also flag again and again. And more concerns of privacy, like most of the service providers don't capture IMEI numbers these days. Once they start capturing IMEI number, whatever transaction happened, that IMEI number is tracked. Then the criminal will be nabbed in no time, because the IMEI number is actually what connects physically to the website or web system. But most of the times they are not captured this is not because of legal mechanisms, it is more because of the development protocols which actually don't get into the physical layer of the system that has the IMEI. So, as I told, all the VPN can be single layer or multi-layer, but they are owned by a single entity. Tor is a different, much decentralized and dispersed system. Challenges is having proper MLAT and proper data sharing across the governments, across jurisdictions. Huge data analytics. Now, if someone don't share us the data, even then we can actually track it, because we can have the list of all the IPs used by the Tor and give it across to all the service providers, all the internet service providers. The problem is that the moment we say that, they tell Ami Parbona. Means I cannot do that, because I don't have the network infrastructure to run such a huge data. So these are all the challenges which we actually face, which needs to be taken up at a very high level. Once all this network infrastructure security improves, then we can have a much better secured world. I4C was already mentioned by Kusmagar sir. It is it's a body which works very seriously into taking the law enforcement agencies' views. We have, even from Calcutta Police, we have sent multiple views on the IT Amendment Act, which is being in the pipeline. And with the data privacy bill, if it comes to force and if it has the proper mechanisms for data sharing, we hope the things will improve. These are a few things which I would like to share for common awareness. Sanjar Sati is a portal by Government of India which has got citizen-centric services by Department of Telecom, which gives know your mobile connection issued in your name. For example, somebody has taken a fake SIM in your name. You will be able to know and flag it so that you don't get into trouble. Get disconnected, the connection is not required by them. Block or trace lost mobile phones, I'll come to that. Check genuineness of devices while buying the old, I will come to that again. Sanjar Sati contains two major components, CEIR and TAFCOP. CEIR is Central Equipment Identity Register. Two things happen here. Police station or the public, if his mobile phone is stolen, he can report it directly to the portal, so that the DOT will tell all the service provider key, this mobile should be blocked, so that it becomes literally non-functional. It becomes a dabba which cannot be used by anyone. And suppose if anyone tries to put a SIM into it, the alert will come both to the police and to the user who have actually reported the problem. So this is a very good initiative taken by the Government of India. So this has two advantages. One, the mobile phone can be traced. Second, it becomes user, so it will disincentivize the criminal. Thirdly, if there is some data records within the system, it can actually be verified, whether the mobile phone in the second-hand websites are stolen or not, and all those things. TAFCOP is another this thing where I have actually mentioned earlier, where you can actually check whether all the phone numbers issued in your name against the particular ID card, so that we can find if it is genuine or not, and if it is not by you, you can just ask to block it, so that the criminal's life becomes harder. Once the fake SIM get reduced, many of the crimes will get reduced. That's what we hope. Industry level synergy, these are all like, it's a futuristic thing happening across different state governments. They are collaborating with the IT companies, even the government of West Bengal, government of Karnataka, government of Kerala, different police agencies are collaborating with the IT developers to actually make systems more secure. And this is the interesting observation by Warren Buffett, that an efficient and effective police response is dependent upon access to specialist services, information, and skills of the private sector. So all globally, police is moving towards this direction. We are also the same. The pace may be different at different places. The larger issue of the policy making remains. So it's for all of us to be aware and to keep ourselves saved. Thank you. Yeah, sure, sir. Sir. Yeah. Please.
Sir, you have stated that OTP never should be shared. Definitely, OTP never should be shared. But what happens is this, sometimes, as you know, that when you go to these franchises for voter card change of address and Aadhaar card change of address, they say one OTP has come to your mobile number. Is it applicable to these cases also?
No, because then we know that that OTP has come with a purpose. Because we know OTP is basically like a chabi which is given to you to open a lock. So whether the lock was asked to be opened by you or not is to be determined by us. That's the simple thumb rule I can tell about that. Because if the OTP, we can share the OTP, because OTP is a one-time thing. It cannot be used in future. So once you go to update the Aadhaar card, and once they are already logged in the portal, then only the OTP will come. And once you give the OTP, it is used, then it is disposed. Then it has no utility. So there is no harm in sharing. Only thing is that we should be guarded whether we actually were supposed to share it or not. Once someone tells you that, sir, this was the thing happened, your KYC need to be updated, for that an OTP will come. You may be in a bazaar purchasing vegetables. So in that case, there is no case for the banks to call you asking for the OTP update. So this is how we can actually use our discretion to get saved. Once we are in the Aadhaar counter and we have told them to actually update the Aadhaar, then it is genuinely, we have to share the OTP, without which the operation will not be done. This is one thing. This is about OTP, that's it. Okay. Thank you. And many of the questions, I think, because one small request from my side, because many of the questions, I think after one more presentation we have on the investigation part and certain legal challenges. So many of the questions, and we all are there for the whole day. I'm very much happy to answer all the questions, no issues, but for the paucity of time, I think we can take the question towards the end of the day. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the patient listening. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And one small thing I would just mention before I sign off. We as police have gained a lot with the interaction with the judiciary, where we go wrong, how can we improve on our investigation. I would especially like to mention Yasmin Fatima ma'am, who is here. When I was SP Kalimpong, ma'am was District Judge Kalimpong, ma'am had helped a lot in pointing out us that you should improve this place, because these are the places where actually the genuine crimes also get unpunished. So we just hope that this interaction would remain and we also gain from in a better way towards a better policing. Thank you.
We thank you, Mr. Pai, and your team for this captivating presentation. It has removed many a doubt from our minds. Thank you very much, sir. Since we are running short of time, we will have the question and answer session after the next presentation. Now we take a break for lunch. We will join here again at 2:30. All the participating judicial officers, public prosecutors, and the police officers are requested to go to our dining hall at the ground floor. Our respected speakers, distinguished guests, learned members of the registry, learned chief judge and other learned judges of City Civil Court, learned chief judge City Sessions Court, and learned district judges are requested to go to the dining hall at the 4th floor and join the Honorable the Chief Justice for lunch. Our judicial officers are requested to guide the participants from other departments to our dining hall at the ground floor, please. Please enjoy your lunch. We will meet at 2:30. Thank you. A very good afternoon. I believe we have had a good lunch there. We are now heading towards the concluding part of the seminar. We are excited to have our next speaker, Mr. Vidit Raj Bundes, IPS, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Detective Department Special, Kolkata, and his team. I request Mr. Bundes to come on the dais, please. Mr. Bundes did his MSc from Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. Presently, he is pursuing his PhD program. Now I request Mr. Bundes to start the session, please.
Need to share the screen. Screen sharing not happening. Good afternoon, Honorable Justices of Honorable Calcutta High Court, other members of Senior Higher Judiciary, my seniors in the department, ADG Cyber Sir and DCSTF Sir, and other colleagues, members of audience of this gathering. Good afternoon. Post lunch, giving a presentation, my job has become really difficult. I will try to make it as concise as possible, as interesting as possible, and as useful can be possible. I will just start with a disclaimer कि I will be discussing some of the interesting case studies, how in Calcutta Police and West Bengal Police we have detected certain cases. Before proceeding, I just wanted to show this is a smartphone. I will wind up my session again by showing this smartphone. The point is, a smartphone should make the users smart. It should not make us dull. I will, in the end of the session, I will link up with this topic and move ahead. The basic outline of my presentation will be, I will be giving a brief overview to connect with the pre-noon, pre-lunch sessions. We'll be discussing certain important case studies as to what happened, how it has happened, how we have investigated it, what are the challenges we have faced in the investigation, and what are the lessons learned. So we'll be covering some of the interesting case studies related to different modus operandi like SIM swapping, AEPS-based fraud, mobile gaming app, forex trading, Nigerian gift fraud, call center fraud, tech support fraud, fake kidney donor fraud, and then toward the end, my colleagues from the West Bengal Police Directorate, Mr. Vidit Mandal, he will be speaking on the cryptocurrency and Bitcoin frauds, and the two more officers will be presenting their cases related to hacking, how the website and the system of one of the bank was hacked and we have controlled it, and the accused like more sexually explicit content was circulated on social media and like that. In the fact end, by learning based on the experiences of these cases and other similar cases, we'll be covering the challenges faced in the investigation, and we'll be having takeaway and demonstrations which can help us in our personal life. So just to begin, what is cyber crime? It's simply, in its plain words, it's an illegal activity committed by use of information communication technology in which either computer, mobile phone, cyberspace or etc. is either targeted as an end or used as a tool just to commit some other crime. So what are the targets of cyber crime? It can be against government, it can be against government and institutions. The domain include mostly the cyber terrorism, cyber espionage. So we'll not be covering this aspect in this session. Another related to private persons. We'll be having one or two case study related to like stalking, pornography and more pictures. Another related to their target will be the property. The property may be our cyber infrastructure or maybe our money, private property. So we'll be focusing more on our private property and the different kind of frauds a common person is facing. As per National Crime Record Bureau, they have there are many motives, but they have done a study and find out there are primarily 4 or 5 important motives are there. One is money. The scammers, the criminals, cyber crime, the one who are committing cyber crime, they want your money. The way we are working hard to earn that money, we need to be little bit more careful and smart to keep that money secure in our bank accounts and our digital wallets. That is the key. Next is for personal revenge and anger. Another one is sexual exploitation. These 3 main motives we have, the study find out, having most of the cyber crime cases reported nowadays. Another will be political motive like cyber terrorism and distributed denial of service and denial of service attacks and all. And there will be, of course, other motives. So I will begin by covering the SIM swapping fraud. Our mobile phone has a SIM card. In SIM swapping fraud, what happens? My SIM card is inserted in my mobile phone. By using the social engineering tactics, by using the phishing tactics, by using the spoofing tactics, the criminals collect my personal information. We say it identity theft or data theft. By using that data, he find out that I am the person who has some money in the account. So he want to siphon off my money. So what he will do? He cannot do it because I have my OTP and password and mobile number. This mobile number is registered with the bank. If one has to perform a transaction, one should have access to OTP. And I am an aware citizen. I will not share my OTP. Still fraud can take place. How? This person will collect duplicate SIM from telephone service provider. This fraudster's duplicate SIM will get activated and my genuine SIM will get deactivated. Now whatever OTP will be coming, it will be coming on the SIM card on the number which having access by the fraudster. I don't know what to do in that case. This is SIM swapping. The original SIM is with the victim. Fraudsters, by using different means, procure duplicate SIM having same mobile number and our registered mobile numbers, OTP related to financial transactions, going on that number and the criminal having access. By using social engineering tactics, he has already know about our banking and other credentials. So we have in past years, we have received one interesting case from Posta police station. Scammers only cheated 73 lakhs. How many of us will be having 73 lakhs in our account? Maybe even after retirement, most of us might not be having this much money. That is the quantum, that is the gravity of the problem. The victim is a businessman. What happened? The fraudsters duped him of 73 lakh rupee by swapping the SIM card. How it has happened? Fraudsters made a criminal conspiracy among themselves. By using the social engineering tricks, the previous speakers explained the different modus operandi of phishing and social engineering tricks. They have collected the confidential information. They have committed the offense of identity theft there, like bank account, registered mobile number, internet banking, user ID, password and debit card detail. Then as part of conspiracy, they prepared forged ID card impersonating the victim. They impersonated and then lodged a general diary entry at local police station, pretending that I am a victim, I have lost my mobile phone. Some criminals might use that mobile phone to commit some crime. The SIM card is important for me. Please register a general diary entry, and so that I can get issued the duplicate SIM and block my original number. Police officers registered a GD entry. What the person did, and the person has shown that I am the actual person. This is my ID. He has shown some forged Aadhaar card and other identity and documents, and the officer got convinced. By using that GD entry, these fraudsters, they perform SIM swapping. How? They approach the telecom service provider, BSNL in this case. They say, this is police GD general diary entry. I have lost my mobile phone. Please issue me a duplicate SIM. The service provider issued a duplicate SIM. They not only issued a duplicate SIM, they have activated the duplicate SIM, and the original SIM, which is with the victim, was deactivated. Victim was unaware of this, what is happening. This account was current account. So there used to be some huge business transactions in this account. He has issued one check to one of his customer. Customer deposited the check, and check bounced. He came back, approached the victim. You have gave me the check, but check has bounced. There is insufficient balance. The victim got worried. He immediately went to the bank and said, there is no money in your account. He rushed and came to the cyber PS Lal Bazar. Okay, this is what has happened. We have investigated the case. What happened? We have collected many documents. Same modus operandi, I will not repeat. GD entry, he has issued SIM, duplicate, OTP, done. He has used fake and forged document to commit the crime. What they have did, they have withdrawn the money, and we have from different ATMs, and we have collected and seized the CCTV footage where the accused are being seen as withdrawing money from the ATMs. After withdrawing the money, they siphoned off and the money reached with one Nigerian national, and it was converted into crypto. We have arrested 21 persons in the case. Next, Shakespeare Cerny, we have similar. There is a reputed hotel who is having a hotel's bank account where all the money used to be kept. There is a registered signatory who has access to that registered mobile number on which OTP used to come to perform any financial transaction from that bank account of that reputed hotel. Similarly, criminals, by using social engineering tactics, by using phishing, farming, spoofing, they were working, they were culturing, they were doing homework since long. They have collected all the sensitive information of the person of this hotel. They performed the identity theft. After having access to all the information, they were only required to have access to that OTP. So what they did, they prepared a forged document impersonating as a registered signatory or authorized person of that hotel. They made a call to telephone service provider that this SIM card is not working properly and you need to replace. We are just mailing you a letter. Please do the needful. By using the farming tricks, they mailed this forged letter to telecom service provider, Vodafone in this case. What service provider did, instead of doing proper verification, they have again issued a duplicate SIM. And the fraudsters got access to duplicate SIM. This SIM got activated, and the original SIM, which is with the victim, got deactivated. They have access to OTP, and they perform financial transaction. And the money, where did the money ended up? Money from one account to another account, routing and rerouting in different account, going to wallet, virtual wallet, eventually in the cryptocurrency, that too in a virtual wallet, which is anonymous, not identifiable. Just take for example, we in the world we are around 7 billion people. If there is no identity of any individual, just imagine how chaotic situation it would be to identify who is who. If we have complete address, name, parentage, address of any person, we can sort out name of country, name of state, district, address, name. But imagine we do not have any identification mark accessible to us. It's very difficult to identify a person named as Rahul living in India just with that identity. That is what is happening in case of virtual wallet. Nobody is able to give any information. These wallets are prepared by the scammers themselves. This is how much sensitive the issue is. We have prepared a money trail, and in the money trail we are having certain intermediary details like we got certain leads about RuPay fintech company, then it was further eventually ended in USDT crypto and moved to a virtual wallet. We have reached to a blind point. We are not able to investigate it further where the money has went. We have arrested 11 persons who are having different roles in this whole crime, including the crypto traders. A lookout circular has been issued against one of them. We are expecting the man accused after fixing him, but he is absconding and moving out of jurisdiction. These scammers, we have learned, were first met physically in Dubai. They hatched a conspiracy by sitting in a hotel of Dubai. Service providers were examined, various reports from different service providers were collected, and the photocopy of the forged document which was mailed, everything was collected. But these are the challenges we have faced. Telephone service provider did not verify by making a call to victim or subscriber of existing SIM card and issued duplicate SIM to fraudster. Had they verified it, this offense could have been prevented. Why I will be highlighting in each and every case and highlighted by my seniors in the previous two classes. The key is to be more cyber aware, to maintain more cyber hygiene. Most of the crime are happening because of negligence. Not because the criminals are becoming more tech savvy, having more tools and all, they are tech savvy, we don't know what they are doing. It's not rocket science. Most of the cases reported by common persons and being investigated by the state police are happening because of negligence on part of customer or the victim or the intermediaries. In this case, the victim's SIM was deactivated and accused SIM, the duplicate SIM was activated. There was negligence on part of service provider while issuing duplicate SIM and deactivating original one. Because of the problem of multiple layering and breaks or the missing links as being explained in the previous sessions, we are really facing a lot of difficulty to build an impeccable chain of all the evidence to prove a case beyond reasonable doubt, which is a mandate of our criminal justice system. In this case, recovery of money was not effected because transfer of money was eventually landed in crypto, and then there is a blind point. We have identified many accounts, wallets, we have developed all the links. If we have to prepare a chart, then this whole wall will be insufficient to show the actual money trail. That's how much labor has went into the investigation of this case, and still there are challenges. So what is the solution? How to prevent it? What is the lesson we have to learn? We need to be aware of social engineering tactics. Wishing, somebody is calling you and asking for your details. Phishing, somebody sending you mails and unidentified links and asking you to link on those links, and is missing, sending you SMS or even now the WhatsApp messages, which aims to steal your confidential and personal data. The problem is starting from here. Most of the personal information criminals are collecting from social engineering tactics. After collecting this information, they are filtering the information and identifying who are the potential victim. Then they are targeting it and the offenses are taking place. If your mobile number is inactive or out of range, inquire with your mobile operator immediately, or one can use eSIM card. This can happen to anyone. So we need to check, and when we find our mobile network is not available or is showing SIM is not active, immediately we have to inquire whether my SIM is scammed or duplicated or not. To avoid the worst case scenario, immediately change your bank account password so that fraudster cannot transfer money. Register for regular SMS as well as email alerts for your banking transaction. So if some transaction will take place, you might not be getting OTP or SMS, but you will be getting email alerts. You will immediately come to know. You can rush to the bank or call their customer or mobile banking facility, and you can get your account freezed and blocked so that no further transaction can take place. And in case of any fraud, contact phone banking immediately to have your account blocked and to avoid further fraud. Next, case studies related to Aadhaar enabled payment system. This is of late, many cases are getting reported. We'll just cover up two important cases. What is happening? The money is withdrawn by using Aadhaar enabled payment system from victim's bank account without the knowledge of the customer or the victim. Victim suddenly receive debit SMS or email alert, then only he has come to know that some money has been siphoned off from his bank account. How it happened? The scammers withdraw money. There is a system. We can withdraw money by Aadhaar enabled payment system. The system has been made to make the banking services more penetrative, to connect to the last man in the remotest part of the country and all. That is the basic philosophy. And we need simply the Aadhaar number and fingerprints to withdraw money from by AEPS means. The money is withdrawn from remotely located customer service points of the bank, or it may be point of sale devices or micro ATMs, which are prevalent in the rural area, or the money can be transferred to another bank account or wallet as well. This is one of the micro banking, one of the system to facilitate the people to come on the bank, to take the banking to every doorstep to every citizen by making it more convenient, by making plastic money and this digital payment more user friendly. So what they did, the deed of conveyance, the sale deed of the property, land. These deeds had the details of buyer, sellers, and complete identity, Aadhaar number, PAN number, photographs, and even the fingerprints of even the buyer or the seller. Government has facilitated that if somebody wants some land document, they need not line up in the government building, ask for a copy. It's a time-taking, tedious process. They have made these things available on website as a customer service. So by giving a token fee, like we can find out parcha, land parcha and all things from Bangla Sahayata Kendra or any common service center or from our own mobile or laptop. The deeds can be easily downloaded from website of Stamp and Registration Department by paying a token fee. And from these deeds, criminals get both Aadhaar number and fingerprints and all your KYCs. So the case was reported, we have investigated it. The victims reported that they did not put their fingerprint impression anywhere. Neither they have shared any OTP or bank detail with any person. They have not received any call, message, and they said that we are not victim of any phishing activity. Still, this has taken place. During investigation, by using different kind of technical analysis and other tools, we have fixed up the customer service point from where the fraudulent transactions took place and the money was withdrawn. We are able to arrest the person. We are able to recover the money in this case. But more than that, what is disturbing fact is that by using the rudimentary techniques of seal making, criminals lifting those fingerprints on butter paper and eventually they are cloning the fingerprints. If your land deed is available, any criminal by using a token amount fee can download that deed. Their fingerprints are there, they can culture it, they can develop it. Of course, not all the cases, they have the success rate of 10 to 15. If they develop fingerprints of hundreds of persons, they are able to clone fingerprints of around 10% only. Criminals use these clone fingerprints for verification and perform Aadhaar-enabled payment system-based fraudulent transaction from accounts of victim without their knowledge. This is next level of cyber crime. Victim is not aware. Victim is not having any fault on his part. Still, criminals are siphoning off his money. This is how the cyber criminals getting advanced. During investigation, through different analysis, we have arrested person from districts of North Bengal and we have seized other tools and some cloned fingerprints and all other things. Now there is another interesting case. When I was DCP Chandan Nagar, last year we have got a random information from one local club. It seems some suspicious people are rented out one home and they are living and their activity seems to be suspicious. They are visiting ATM and coming to the room and they are not doing any other activity. So police went there, what is this do? And when we examined and interrogated them, asked them, it has opened Pandora's box. What happens? There were 4 or 5 criminals, all from having their identity from Uttar Pradesh. They conspired among themselves, collected registered deeds of more than 500 people from Government of Uttar Pradesh website of Stamp and Registration Department. From those deeds, they obtained the name, Aadhaar and fingerprints of both buyers and seller. They use freely available applications like sniping tool, image enhancer, Photoshop. They cropped, copied, pasted fingerprints on sheet, printed the sheet containing fingerprints on tracing paper, butter paper. Eventually, by using different methodology, they have developed clone fingerprint. And by using the KYC detail from the sale deed, the fraudsters created account in the pay world wallet. It can be done in the name of victims. For verification of victim identity, criminals use these clone fingerprint. After verification, the pay world wallet get activated and the wallet itself give details of other bank account of the person who are seeded with the Aadhaar number. As part of conspiracy and to mislead the investigation, these criminals moved to Hooghly from Uttar Pradesh, committed crime and withdrawn money. We have found the criminals, what they are doing, from one state to another. They are staying there for 10-15 days, committing the crime, using all the forged identities, destroying all the phone and all the document, accept the money, and moving on to some new other destination, and keep on moving. So it's very difficult for investigating agency and law enforcement agency to link up these chains. There are serious breaks. In that case, they transfer 10,000 at one time from bank account of victim to his payable account, and instant transfer can be done without OTP. And eventually this amount again transferred to some mule accounts, routed, rerouted, and criminals withdraw money from ATM near Bendel. These mule accounts were purchased by them by fraudulent means from a Telegram group, and all these accounts are of some remotely based branch, and these accounts were opened by using forged and fake KYC. This is the sample, 10 to 15% success rate. This is how they pick up. And this biometric reader, it do not differentiate between clone fingerprint and live fingerprint. There is no mechanism. So the challenges we are at investigation and we are facing. Victims do not have any fault on their part, still their fingerprints are cloned. Accused are moving throughout India. It's like we can say cyber crime tourism. They are using forged KYC, so challenging to complete link of evidence. This creates breaks and numerous distant persons to be made witness who are unwilling. They are using KYC of some person who is sitting in Andhra Pradesh and working in a brick kiln. When we are approaching him, he say, I don't do anything, and from his financial and other condition, it is like on humanitarian ground also, he is not willing to be witness. If we made him a witness, I don't know, such kind of witness, how frequent they will assist the courts and the prosecution during trial. So what is the lesson learned? How we can prevent this crime? We will give one demonstration, how one can save oneself. And Calcutta Police has even issued an advisory on that. We need, through M-Aadhaar app or UID website, one can lock their biometrics to prevent the unauthorized AEPS transactions. Before putting fingerprint impression on any device for any kind of requirement, land registration, Aadhaar updation, new SIM card, or to take service through Aadhaar, we should be more cautious and alert. We should be clear कि yes, this OTP, this biometric is required because I have asked the service provider to do something, to update my information or to do some transaction, and this transaction and thing is well within my knowledge. If we are intending, we know okay, this is yes, this transaction we have to make. I have to update my biometrics on Aadhaar. Oh, hence I am giving biometrics, and we need to be careful there. In all such cases, bank generally refund the money. The customers need to make complaint before concerned branch manager and local police station if some unauthorized withdrawal are noticed. Time is key. If we immediately report the offense, money can be blocked, can be refunded, withdrawn, accused can be arrested. But what happens will come in the challenges. In this case of AEPS based fraud, Kolkata Police and even the West Bengal Police, we have taken up the matter with the Stamp and Registration Department and Finance Department to mask the page of sale deed containing biometric details and consider or not making copy of deed available on website for all. It's a policy decision had to be taken. So we have taken up the matter with the competent authorities and hopefully solutions will come out. But this is not the problem with one state. This is a general policy of all the states, and the basic principle was to make the land information or the data available, just to increase the transparency and e-governance. But criminals, by using the loopholes, they are doing all these things. And who are these criminals? Most of the time, they were the one who were actually working in the Aadhaar registration kiosk or doing this micro ATM activity and assisting the innocent people to take the genuine transactions. When they learn the tricks of the trade, they have find out, yes, there is opportunity. Whenever there is opportunity to commit crime, criminal will commit crime. If there is risk, he will calculate how much is the risk, how much is the benefit. We need to create an ecosystem where these opportunities to commit crimes are reduced to a bare minimum or nullified to a zero. We need to increase the risk of committing crime and getting punished proportionately, and we need to reduce the gain. I will come in the challenge part, I will elaborate on this point. Another next level of cybercrime, online gaming app fraud. We have estimated that the accused, they have all defrauded, they like cheated only 50 crores, not a big amount. It's a huge amount. And we don't know whether it is 50 crores or 500 crores. This much has come on record. That's how we can say. The relevant bank gave a suspicious transaction report. There is a mechanism. Banks report the suspicious transactions above certain limit to different nodal agency. Police is one of such agency. Whenever they notice some suspicious transactions are taking place in certain accounts, they immediately report to the RBI, and different nodal agencies are there who are looking into this aspect. That's how police come to know that suspicious transactions to the tune of around close to 50 crores was channelized through close to 150 bank accounts. How it has happened? Accused as part of criminal conspiracy, form a company. They have given a name, they have registered the company by using all forged document. आप किसको पकड़ेंगे? जिसका KYC दिया है वो आदमी ही नहीं है दुनिया में. They have developed mobile gaming application, eNudgets, Lucky City, Tuomo, Amazon for playing games and induced the common people to deposit money in the bank account of the accused person and others via online with false assurance of a lucrative refund. It's like MLM scam or Ponzi scheme, something sort of that. The said gaming app was not available in Google Play Store or Apple Store. User had to download the application through link provided by the criminals. First safety breach. What we are saying, be aware. Whenever you are downloading any application, look into its security system, find out who has developed the application, how many persons has installed it, see the comments, whether somebody has gave adverse report or adverse remark or not. And if somebody is sending you the link and asking you to install an application, in 100 cases out of 100, he is a criminal, he is framing you, he is scheming you. You are falling into his trap. During the initial period, the users, victims were rewarded with commission and the balance in the wallet could be withdrawn hassle-free. They instigated confidence among users and they started investing bigger amount for greater percentage of commission and more number of purchase orders. How this gaming app used to work? They privately developed one mobile gaming app. They have not hosted it on any registered or publicly available platform like Google Play Store or App Store. They used to send the encrypted APK files for installation of the app. They have popularized the app with several in-app referral awards, rewards, promotion by several YouTube channels by using social media. What they claim? They claim to have partnered with the prominent online shopping giants like Amazon, Myntra, Louis Vuitton and etc. just to increase their credibility. These are the tactics used by the fraudulent person offline and online. They always take big names, they always show their close associations or some big company just to convince the people that they are authentic. In a way, they are not. Their basic premise was the product with high popularity sells the best in the online shopping website. And even the orders can be cancelled immediately on purchase, the number of sales were accounted. This was the story told to the users and they were also informed that there was no actual purchase of goods. मुद्दे की बात क्रिमिनल्स ने लोगों को समझाया कि आप ये गेम खेलिए, ऐप डाउनलोड करिए, आप वहाँ पे उसमें व्हील घूमता है लाइक ए कैसीनो, आपको वहाँ पे जहाँ पे व्हील अटक जाएगा आपको परचेज करना है. सपोज आपको हौजरी 5000 का हौजरी परचेज करना है, आप परचेज कर लीजिए. परचेज करने के बाद आपको एक्चुअली परचेज नहीं करना है, यू जस्ट पे फॉर इट, यू कैन रीसेल इट, यू कैन अगेन रीसेल इट, वी विल अगेन परचेज. आपने 5000 का खरीदा, हम आपको 7000 देंगे. This was the tactics, trap they used. Initially, they used to give this money. People find that yes, it's an easy way. Public was lured to install the app by portraying it as a source of earning free income. There is nothing free in this world. Once the application is installed, one has to register and create a profile, then account details has to be given just to make the payment to the fraudsters, and when he had to send you the money back. So whatever details they want, this is again one of the phishing mechanism. By using this profile and your account details and all, they have taken away all of your sensitive information. They are giving you few bucks. आपने 500 का परचेज किया, आपको हम 1000 दे देंगे, डबल करके दे रहे हैं. लोगों को लग रहा है बहुत अच्छा आ रहा है. By using this trap, they are rather investing this money to scheme to collect the sensitive information. then the users or victims were asked to recharge and load the money like we used to recharge our normal wallet or Paytm and all, recharge and loading the wallet, and they need to place the pseudo order. Actual में purchase करने की भी जरूरत नहीं है. One can place a pseudo order, cancel it, and one will get a money. Now this is, I have linked up, this is like Ponzi scheme, MLM scam, which used to happen, used to take place offline. They are using same tactics, but we are not aware. We are falling into their trap. That's why we are getting victimized. Perpetrators could gain confidence of users by returning the invested amount along with commission during the initial period, and later on, everything has gone. One fine day, when the quantum reached to around 50 crore, all the application were developed by the fraudsters remotely, privately. It was not hosted, it was not publicly available. They have access to servers. They have wiped up all the data on the server. Every user find that their app is not functioning. And this 50 crore, close to 50 crore amount, what they did, they have 150 bank accounts and they have again used around close to 1,500 mule accounts, routed from one account to another, and just to create a confusion and like a cobweb. From which account to which account the money is going and what is the transaction ID and what are the KYC of this account holder, and just to create a lot of confusion. Eventually, during investigation, we have freezed around 32 crores in the different account. They have purchased cryptocurrency and around 15 crores of cryptocurrency. We are like at that time the worth around 15 crores. They have been freezed based on the order of learned competent court. During investigation, around 14 persons were arrested. The challenge is multiple layers of account were created to conceal the money trail. We are not able to link up victim with the accused. We are not able to prove beyond reasonable doubt the money available in the accounts of fraudsters is actually the same money which had been cheated or stolen from the account of victim because of these layering and fraudulent KYC and all these things. This is the investigative challenges. Information is available. It's available in bits and pieces. It's not meaningfully in a complete chain like an open book. And another problem we have faced in this case is there was delay in reporting the offense. No victim has reported that I have lost my money by playing this game. Actually, it was the bank who has noticed some suspicious transactions. They have reported it. And when we were investigating the case, this mobile application and its data were wiped out. Nothing was available for law enforcement agency to investigate and find out trail and collect the evidences. So the identification of victims and linking them to the criminals could not be done in a seamless manner as used to be done in the ordinary crimes of rape and murders and all. This is the unique challenge investigative agencies are facing in investigating the cyber crimes and the frauds. So what is the lesson learned? How to prevent it? Be aware of tricks of fraudsters. No one can give you free money or income without making any productive contribution. Control your greed. Nothing comes for free. Why this 99% of cyber crime is happening? It's happening because of users, victims' unawareness, lack of cyber hygiene, and the greed for easy money. When we are recharging our phone, we are searching for coupons. Can 50 rupees, somebody give us a 50 rupee discount? Whenever we are doing and using, we are giving some of our personal details. At the back end, they are collecting this information, and they are professionals. There are different teams. Somebody is collecting personal information, somebody handling bank transactions, somebody is looking into crypto, and these criminals, they each other many a time don't know physically. They physically never interacted. They are all available in the virtual world. They are remotely placed and they don't know what is the another team is doing. It's like like in the professional sensitive organizations, there are water type compartments. One wing is doing something, another wing will not come to know. They will come to know only the relevant part. That's what is happening. If you are arresting one person, he is not able to reveal anything related to next layer, next criminals, what they are doing, what was their modus operandi, where is money, how they have done. So there is no scene of crime. When we are investigating, there is no scene of crime, like it has happened in the ordinary case. We can go, we can find fingerprints and all those things. That is no more available. So one solution can be regulation of mobile gaming app, as ADG Cyber Sir has highlighted in the first session itself. Cyber awareness as to what games you or your children are playing on mobile phone. We are giving lot of our time and energy to many activities. But how many of us has given or devoted reasonably decent time to understand what is available in my phone, what I am doing, on which social media I am sharing the content, making my profile, what game my children are playing. We take things for granted. And criminals take advantage of this. From the time immemorial, criminals are using different tricks and trades, but they are always using one thing, human psychology. By using this human psychology, they find out who can be victim. Jakhun kono thief চুরি করে ও রেকি করে দেখে না কোন বাড়িতে ঢুকে চুরি করা সম্ভব আছে. They cannot go and barge into every house. They find out potential houses where one can commit crime. Same is the case with the cyber criminals. By analyzing our social media presence, by analyzing our digital footprints, they find out who are the potential victims. They target them and they load their money. So many games like Free Fire, Jungli Rummy, PUBG, gaming and betting, game of skill or game of chance or opportunity to be, there are defrauded. These things are available. We have seen many times some child, he was lost money by playing the Free Fire game and later on he committed suicide and all those things. They are happening day and out, but we are neither, some ecosystem is regulating these things. What is there on the internet, what is there on the cyber world. There are like policy issues to be taken up. And at individual level, we are not devoting much time. We are not learning. We cannot live without mobile phone. We cannot live without internet. We cannot live without social media. So if we cannot live, we need to understand how to use them. It's like an pistol. Somebody has gave you. Now you don't know how to use it. So there are high chances that one can harm oneself unless we learn the things. The same thing had to be done in case of cyberspace and digital divide. Another mobile app-based fraud was forex trading. What happened? Again, no victim gave the information. It was bank who gave that there seems to be some suspicious transaction to the tune of 77 crore in certain accounts. There are two companies, IX Global and TP Global. IX Global is a multinational company. It is based in USA. What they do, they say that they are running a coaching app. On that application, one had to pay a token fee of few thousands or hundreds per month, and they will teach you different tricks and techniques of forex trading to make easy money by sitting at your home by using only your mobile phone. People fall prey to these things. After getting training, they themselves direct. If somebody wants the real-time tips and all, one can join such and such WhatsApp group, such and such Telegram group, and such channel, and one can familiarize and one can invest. So TP Global FX is a Dubai-based company which is a forex trading platform. The company is banned in India. The fraudsters, again like a crowdfunding, MLM type of scheme, they have contacted many persons. Those persons who has agreed to earn money by using their mobile phone sitting at their home, they have been contacted and they enrolled themselves on IX Global. They have learned how to do forex trading. Later they were directed on TP Global FX platform. They have invested their money. Initially, some of them earn some money, they have made some money, but eventually everything gone. All the documentations used at different level for KYC verification, most of them were forged. All of the identities could not be impeccably established. We have analyzed the bank statement and money trail, and all the 5 accounts were opened in different. But as being taught in the academy, in the criminal investigation, there is one principle, Locardor principle. Accused or criminals, whenever he will commit a crime, he will commit certain mistakes. And investigative agencies look for those mistakes, and from those mistakes only we get certain leads. Here they have made certain mistakes, and we have arrested 3 persons, one from Kolkata, another from Odisha and Gujarat. And we have freezed around 26 crore in the different bank accounts. We have initiated the legal process or restricting the illegal functioning of both the mobile-based applications in India. Lookout circular is issued against one of the criminal, and we have recovered some of the money in cash and kind. Another case is Nigerian gift fraud. Here accused has duped the victim of 20 lakh by different means. What happens? Victim uploaded a TikTok video of his minor child on some YouTube. Fraudsters contacted that person. They appreciated the content. कि आपनार में खूब भालो डांस करे छे, she has all the good skills. I appreciate it. It's very good. This victim felt good that somebody is appreciating my skills or my content. Fraudsters sent him message from a foreign number. There is called call spoofing. There are apps available. There is one interesting case related to one of the Honorable Justice of Calcutta High Court. What happened? One victim, one accused, had booked one cab from Rapido. From Calcutta, he went to Barakpur. In the meantime, he has asked the cab driver to have tea. Instead, the accused paying for the tea, he has asked this cab driver to pay for tea. Cab driver took out 100 rupees note from his wallet and paid for tea. And the accused, what he did, he had taken that change and kept with himself and asked the cab driver, I will pay you 100 rupees through app. He agreed. The accused got down of the cab. On some pretext, this is my house, I am entering, I will just pay you. I am bringing my mobile, some sort of that. He thought, okay, his bag is still in my cab. That person, that accused, he has booked that cab by using one application and made which can spoof the calls. So his actual number was not visible to the cab driver. By using this randomization theory, one number was visible, and incidentally the number belonged to some member of higher judiciary. The cab driver, when find that this accused has booked a cab and he is not paying me my rent, he has called on that phone. And he has told his story. Eventually, accused was arrested, investigation done, everything has happened. But there was no fault on part of honorable member of higher judiciary. Still, actual victim called on phone and said, why you are not paying my money? I am waiting here. And there was very uncomfortable situation develops and unwanted communications. Everything has happened sort of that. That is the potential of call spoofing. So whenever we are getting any call from anyone, if it is some unknown number, we should keep in mind it may be genuine, it may be a spoofed call. This virtual friend who appreciated this video, he conveyed to the victim that I want to send some gift for your daughter and you. I have lots of money. I loved this content. This is fantastic. I run a company and we have this charity and this and that. I want to send you expensive gifts. This was the trap. And this victim has consented. Okay, you send the gift. I will accept. Then victim received a phone call from a courier company. It was not a courier company. They have impersonated that we are calling from some courier company. They have taken the name of some reputed courier company. Victim believed it's true regarding delivery of gift item from abroad. Then they say that need to pay some custom charges, this and that, just credit the token money and this and that. As was the modus operandi was explained in the previous class. And this victim, like these cyber criminals, they hypnotize the victims. In multiple transactions over a reasonably long period, he has paid close to 20 lakh to that scammer just to get the expensive gift. It's a slippery slope. We need to restrict our temptation. उनको लगा कि थोड़ा पैसा दे दिया, अब थोड़ा दे करके और निकाल लेते हैं, इतना तो फंस गया, ये और निकाल देते हैं. This is a trap. Whenever we are falling into any trap, first of all, we should be more careful. We should not fall into the trap. And even if we have fall, if somebody has made one transaction and come to know it seems it's a fraud, immediately stop so that we can prevent the losses. We can minimize the quantum of the offense. And through the investigation, we have used different tools and techniques, and finally we have apprehended one person, a Nigerian national. He was sitting in Delhi, and it was very difficult to arrest him because of many technological issues. We were not sure, and like having arresting a foreign national, having different kind of higher level diplomatic problems and all sort of that. So, and later on, what we have found, the person was sitting, he do not have valid visa and passport. When he came, it was there, but at the time of offense and time of arrest, he was not having. So in that case, he had transferred the money to some distant bank, having account in Peru, Brazil. Partially recovery was done. Most of the recovery was not done as the money was invested in crypto and investigation reached a bland point. Considering the other evidence, the investigation was closed, trial started, and after trial, learned court found the accused guilty and sentenced him for imprisonment for 1 year and imposed a fine of 90,000. Now the problem is, this accused cheated this victim of this instant case. He has earned 20 lakh and he has been fined only 90,000. Why? Because of legislative mandate. Act do not have that kind of provision. As highlighted by ADG sir in the first session, the IT Act was not initially meant for a penal act, and we need altogether different law to tame this Frankenstein monster. The challenge was the recovery of money from foreign bank, this AMLET issue, jurisdictional issue, transnational issues. The lesson is, cyber awareness is the only key. No one will send you free gift. Technology is there, but if we are, suppose there is valuable items available in a room. Technology is there, we can have a good wall, we can have good doors, we can use the good locks. But if we are not locking our doors, we are not taking care of the windows and all, they will somehow find out loopholes and commit the crime. Another one, call center fraud. I think I need to rush. This one US citizen complained through FBI that he had been duped by a criminal of US dollar around 85,000, close to 70 lakh rupees in Indian currency. What happened? He was victim of phishing attack. He got one email which falsely claimed that victim purchased software from Norton for around this much amount. Victim attempted to retrieve, and like it's again phishing. He has fallen into the phishing trap. He has paid some money, then he has contacted the service provider. Who are the service provider? Victim is thinking that he is talking with the service provider of the Norton company, which is a reputed company. Actually, these persons were the criminals. They were pretending, and by using the farmings and the web promotion, they have given their number. So victim was under conception that he is talking with the reputed company, with the genuine person, and I will retrieve my money, whatever money I have paid. Actually, what was happening? He was falling into their trap step by step. He was guided through the process of returning the money to the owner and was requested to make a wire transfer to a bank in Peru. He had transferred the money. And we faced lots of technical issues in this case. I will not go into detail. And what happened? This accused, the US FBI, they have gave us some clue. I think this IP address or somebody from West Bengal or Calcutta had done this. We have physically verified, and we have found that person had changed his profession altogether. We thought it seems we are like following or targeting a wrong person. It seems he is an innocent. But when the data was convincing, we thought just let's go one step ahead. When the examination started, we found that victim has used one application which is named as Text Now. This application is used for call spoofing. By using this, we got some lead. We have retrieved the questioned email and certain mobile numbers and all, and eventually arrested few more people. What happened? Victim is living in USA. He is a US citizen. He had transferred money to a foreign bank of Peru. The call were made from Calcutta by using spoofing. Now this jurisdictional issue is very difficult to bring the perpetrators to justice. This is what we are facing at investigative end, and I think we all being member of criminal justice system, at different type and different stage, we are facing these kind of issues. The challenge, this was one of the challenge. Another challenge was the capability of the criminals. One is sitting in India doing crime in US and vice versa. Partial recovery was done by freezing the account, victim this one, and we have written to the financial intelligence unit. It is like an Interpol, informal body of different financial agencies of different countries to share the information. We have written to them, but we have still not get any reply. That's what is happening. We are seeking some kind of information from some service providers. Sometimes they are giving, sometimes they are not giving, sometimes they are giving only partial information, sometimes they are not giving at all. And we face the music at investigative end because the victim or everybody feels that I think the police are not doing their part. Police are not doing their part. Yes, there is a lot of scope for us to improve, but unless these whole ecosystem is fixed up, it is very difficult to fight with them. Again, the key is cyber awareness is the key. Don't fall prey to phishing. Again, kidney donor scheme, this was covered in the previous session, so I will skip. Now, I will come to the challenges faced in investigation. Large amount of information of probative value that is either stored or transmitted in electronic form, what we call them as a digital or electronic evidence, had to be collected to complete the chain to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt. This process is time consuming and tedious. Why? We need to collect information from multiple service providers, and there is multiplicity of nodal officers. Like there are telecom service provider, Airtel, Jio, Voda, BSNL, internet service providers, broadbands, and bank and financial institutions, hundreds of mobile app and e-commerce sites, social media service provider like Meta have Facebook, Insta, Twitter, WhatsApp, Telegram, and whatnot. E-commerce companies, e-wallets, email service provider, OTT service provider, other service providers, Binance, and whatnot. We need to collect data from most of these service providers in almost each case, and we do not get all the information on time and complete. And again, the knowledge and skill of cyber technology is very dynamic and it's a very vast field. We need to learn many new things on daily basis. Time is a constraint. The money moves very, very fast, almost in real time, and the cyber offense either reported late. So by the time police searches the account of victim or accused, the money already moved to some other account or wallet. So get difficult to stop movement of money and freeze of account become futile. Many times what happens, like during supervision of investigation, like IOs came and say ki, like the honorable judges have asked me ki why you have not stopped why you have not freeze the account, or the prosecution has say why you have not freeze the account and all. Actually what happens, by the time we are investigating, there is no money in that account. So even by freezing that account, it will not serve a purpose. Rather, not freezing sometime will serve a purpose so that we can get some lead. So this again one of the investigative challenges. The complete information about electronic transactions are not provided by service providers on time due to technical issue and multiplicity of nodal agencies. So the traceable money trail could not be developed on time to link the accused with the victim and to prove that the money in account or hand or used by the accused is the same money stolen or cheated from the victim. This is a real challenge. We have the circumstantial evidences, but not the direct evidence as happens in the ordinary crime. If we apply same criminal jurisprudence principle in case of cyber offenses, then the victim, the accused or the criminals are taking advantage of this, and they are not being brought to justice. The lack of KYC compliances leading to problem of subscriber and user are not. What is the problem? When we are finding out that this is some suspect number, when we are taking KYC, subscriber is someone else and user is someone else. When we are taking KYC of bank account is registered in name of someone else and it is being used by someone else. So it becomes really difficult for investigative agency to find out actually who has committed the crime, who is the real beneficiary. Sometimes we find out that the person himself, the person whose KYC are being used or forged, himself is a victim. And when we ask him to be witness, they are not willing. If we make that person accused, actually he had no role to play in the whole the crime. So this is one of the challenge. Problem of forgery and hypothetical or distorted identity. Ram Kumar, Ram Singh kar diya usko. Some sort of that. And there is no mechanism of verification because these service providers have their policy. Their more focus is on providing that service by increasing their customer base or by cost cutting because of competition and all, and they are not investing sufficiently on the security aspect, on verification of KYC and all those things, and they are not having mechanism. Although things are getting, the loopholes are getting plugged day by day, and at lots of forums the issues are being discussed, and we are getting like we are daily basis we are like improving upon ourselves, and many times what happens, the persons or the identity as given in the forged KYC, they are seldom found in the field when IO is going on raid or making a search, and there is a problem of mule account and forged KYC. Victim and accused are remotely situated and out of jurisdiction, and the subscriber of multiple bank account phone number used are again geographically distant in other states or countries. Problem related to jurisdiction of accused and service provider like companies like WhatsApp, Apple, Binance, they rarely provide all the required metadata. We are not asking for them about the content data. When the issue comes, people say, no, there is a data privacy, we cannot give data to police. We are not asking for content data at all. We are asking for metadata, and we are not getting the metadata as well. We are not asking what is the private conversation, what actually takes place. We are just asking the metadata just to link up the crime, just to link up the accused with the victim or with the crime. One more challenge we are facing is, in most of the cases, cyber crime related or bank fraud related cases, the offenses are magistrate triable. Some of the offenses are compoundable and punishable with less than 7 years of imprisonment. Hence, compliance of 41A CRPC to be done, and arrest of accused is challenged. Whenever there are instances when we have arrested or our team is going to arrest a cyber criminals, they are having their advocates ready with them, and they are creating challenges. Show me FIR, these are the offenses, these are the sections, this is less than 7 years, you have to give 41A notice, you cannot arrest. These kind of problems we are facing. If even if IO arrest, he faced the challenges in the court to prove his point. And there are remote chances of recovery of stolen or cheated money if accused is not arrested. This is one of the major challenge we are facing. On event of arrest, the accused pretend himself also victim of crime and approaches victim and offer to return the money. It has happened in few of the cases. We have arrested the accused. He said, no, I am also a victim. It is not my account. Somebody else has used it. I am a good man. I don't want to fall into this trap of moving around the court and going and doing all these things. I will do one thing. He approached the victim. He said, look, I have not committed any crime. You are a victim. I am also a victim. Someone else has done it, and by using my KYC. You also have lot many work to do. I also have lot many work to do. I will just return your money. And this person, what they do, they make an affidavit or submit before court. And the victim gave written or oral statement that he is no more willing to continue with the case. Offences are compounded. Accused got scot-free. But what happened? We are sure this is an accused. Investigation is in initial stage. He has victimized not only this instant victim, but hundreds of many. He is getting scot-free, and this is what we are facing at cutting edge level. Even if accused is arrested, he quickly gets bails and influences the victim or tampers with the evidence, like writing off the data and all those things. Because the sections or the law per se does not empower the different agencies of criminal justice system to deal this issue in a proportionate manner. Another issue, inspector rank officer is the IO of the cybercrime related cases. This is a legislative mandate. But we have the number of inspectors is less. He is a promoted rank, he is old, he is not technically educated, and many times not able to cope up with the modern ICT technologies. So depend on others for investigation. Many young sub-inspectors having technical education background and getting trained can much better investigate the case, but legislative mandate asks for inspector as IO. This is one of the practical problems we face. Eventually, I hope this problem will be sorted out. There is huge case load. Prosecutor, what we feel, the prosecutor also not trained in cyber technology, so become difficult for them to effectively represent such cases in court. They are also understaffed and under-equipped. Whenever IO go and brief the learned prosecutor, they find it difficult. They find that they are not on same page, and it's not any deliberate fault on part of any of them. It's because of lack of training and awareness and all. And there is one more point is inadequacy of punishment. There is low risk, high gain. We need to seriously think and do something to make it high risk, low gain game, else it is difficult to tame the Frankenstein monster. Money moving into India through foreign accounts and crypto, I have covered this point. One major problem, accused are distantly located but available on virtual mode. Sophisticated distribution of work is there. I have already explained, somebody doing bank related part, somebody doing call related part, somebody doing crypto related part and all. Criminals are creating wallets on their own and which is not registered anywhere, and no public agency is able to give any information about these wallets. Money sent to unknown virtual address, which is becoming a blind point in money trail. We are not able to develop it further because this whole ecosystem is not regulated. Nobody, like identities are not fixed. Unknown virtual address and storage space is acquired on rent and hiring basis on line of Swiss bank. The person who has access only have access, nobody else is there, and no third party or regulatory agency have an access, so a law enforcement agency not giving any data, not getting any data. Victims, what happening, one practical problem, victims are deleting all the applications, app, chat, content data before lodging FIR. So they are not able to trace it back and break And this is leading to the break in chain of evidence. Whenever some victim is coming, I have got a SMS that my electricity connection will be disrupted. They have asked me to install any desk app. I have installed, and this and done. But by the time he is coming to police station, out of his panic, he had deleted all the chats and applications and all. So we are finding it really difficult to get back to who is the actual person who had done this offense. Again, information is available in bits and pieces and not in continuous chain. Conventional crime versus white collar crime. Appreciation of evidence is an issue. There is a problem in producing evidence in a continuous chain in white collar cyber offenses. Proving beyond reasonable doubt is difficult. Circumstantial evidence is available, but direct evidence of exact role of each perpetrator is difficult to establish. And sometimes what happens, it is difficult to freeze the gateway account. What are the gateway accounts? Generally, these are the current account where hundreds of transactions are taking place. Many transactions are genuine, few transactions are fraudulent transactions. Banks are reluctant to freeze these accounts. They say, I can give information about this particular instant transaction you are talking about, but I cannot block the whole account. I cannot put the account on freeze because this is a current account and it will adversely affect my commercial interest. Nobody will come and open current account with me if I keep on freezing their gateway accounts. AMLET issue already covered. And there is one more issue I have faced in Chandranagar. There is applicability of section 379(4)(1) IPC. What is happening in the cyber crime? There is identity theft, there is data theft, there is money theft. If we technically analyze, the section of theft is also getting attracted. And section 413 IPC say, habitual receiver of stolen property. This section is sessions tribal. It is very difficult, and we are facing lots of resistance from different stakeholders like police, prosecution, court. At the initial stage, sufficient data are not available to prove that accused is an habitual receiver of stolen property, but actually accused is habitually receiving the lakhs and lakhs of stolen money. I think this is one of the problem we can fix up so that this punitive aspect can be little bit taken care of and things can be decided at the stage of trial. And what happening, these third party applications like Just Dial, etc., they are collecting data and selling on dark web. Like what is happening when the issue of privacy came, everybody say police should not have access to the data. I have already said we are not asking for content data and we are not asking for data of all the public. We are asking data which are required in a instant case just to solve that crime or just to bring the perpetrator into justice. In case of simple dacoity and other crimes versus cyber crimes, like there is difference of proportionate punishment. So, this is last slide. How these cyber criminals are getting access to our person or our money? There are two ways. One is unauthorized access, or we can say in legal term, criminal trespass. This solution to this problem is cyber security, and in most of the cases, this cyber security issue is being taken up because it's very difficult to hack the account or to put the malware on Trojan or ransomware or all these things. So cyber security is altogether a different issue. This is being addressed. I will come to the second part. How criminals are getting access to our person and money, partially because of we are authorizing their access. We are giving them access through some trickery. They are asking us to install AnyDesk, TeamViewer. These are certain applications through which we give remote access of our computer or mobile phone to some third person. If he has remote access, he can do whatever he wants. So we should not install all these applications. We should not fall prey to social engineering tactics like spoofing, phishing, access control applications like TeamViewer, AnyDesk, Quick Support, AirDroid. So instant takeaway is learn little bit about cyberspace and digital evidence before using them. Learn and understand what is there in your phone. It is being said, smartphone should make us smart, it should not make us dull. We need to devote little bit of time. What are the different type of settings? We need to manage our social media settings. We need to keep our personal and private information locked down or restricted. Most of the cases, by default, these informations are available, publicly disclosed. It is from these sources, these criminals collect the information and target the potential victim, and we are victimized. Social engineering, by using social engineering, criminals can often get your personal information with just a few drop points. So less you share publicly, the better. For instance, if you post your pet's name or reveal your mother's maiden name, you might expose the answer to 2 common security questions. We need to block our biometrics on Aadhaar website to prevent oneself from AEPS fraud. We will give a small demo about this. Always be vigilant. Don't fall prey to cyber criminals. Any questions? I think I have created doubts and more questions. And there is one little demo I just want to give about this. How one can block one's biometrics, though Kolkata police has given advisory and the same is available. Same is available on website and other. I just enlighten you. Once a Aadhaar linked biometric information is locked, it will only be unlocked by the same process followed during locking biometrics. Once unlock the biometric, it will unlock for 10 minutes and then after it will block automatically. You may add your family Aadhaar numbers and unlock it through this app. The key is we need to learn a little bit. Oh, yes. Yes. This is Aadhaar app. Whenever we are installing any application, we need to find out this part. Who is the developer? Who is the owner of this application? In genuine case of Aadhaar, it will be Unique Identification Authority of India. In case of bogus app, it will be someone else. We just look at this logo and read this one, and we never bother to just go through the details, and we install the applications and we give the access. We are falling prey to different kind of phishing and other tactics. So we can go in Play Store and App Store. We can download the Aadhaar app. We need to install it. After installing, we need to create 4-digit password. We need to confirm the password. Then we need to register with our Aadhaar number by clicking on the Registered My Aadhaar by clicking on this space. We need to create our profile by giving or entering our Aadhaar number, entering CAPTCHA, and we need to request OTP. The OTP will come on our registered mobile number. We need to enter the OTP, and after entering OTP, our profile will be opened up on the Aadhaar app. And here in the if we scroll down, then there is one. This is biometric lock. We need to click on this option. In that case, it will show your biometric is currently unlocked. We need to lock our biometric by clicking on this option. We need to again verify it, whether the genuine person is blocking the biometrics or someone else is doing. So we need to again enter our Aadhaar number and the security code and request OTP. OTP will again come on the registered mobile number. We have to enter the OTP, and after entering OTP, it will show that your biometrics is locked now. And it will again, if we need to unblock it, we have to follow the same process. By using this means, we can check it. Here your biometric is locked. It will show red here. If we keep our biometrics locked, nobody can use our biometrics remotely, even if they have cloned our fingerprint. Eta video. Just a minute. There is one small video of Kolkata police available in public media.
নয়া পালক দেশের সেরা লালবাজার। দক্ষতা, বিচক্ষণতা ও মেধার বিচারে বরাবরই প্রথম সারিতে থাকে কলকাতা পুলিশের নাম। কঠিন থেকে কঠিনতর রহস্যে দ্রুত কিনারার জন্য স্কটল্যান্ড ইয়ার্ডের সঙ্গেও তুলনা টানা হয় এই বাহিনীর। এবার দেশের সব রাজ্যের পুলিশ ও গোয়েন্দাদের পিছনে ফেলে নয়া পালক উঠে এলো কলকাতা পুলিশের মুকুটে। সেরা তদন্তের জন্য সেরা শিরোপা পেল লালবাজার।
It's related to a award Calcutta Police won for good work done in the cyber crime detection and all. I will wind up by saying it's a very dynamic field. It's a vast field. We also don't know much about this field. We are learning whatever relevant to our role, and the criminals, they are learning, they are much more advanced. They are one step ahead. I will request this August gathering, if we can devote little bit time about learning different awareness and learning what is there in our phone, what the basic key we should apply. Normal citizens should apply just common sense. Whether somebody this making us like trapping us or something sort of that. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, continue. I will just close this. Thank you. Now I think you can put 3 chairs so that everybody can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Bundes and your team for this wonderful presentation. It was informative, engaging, and thought-provoking. Thank you, sir. Now, I call Mr. Vidit Mandal on the dais to speak something on cryptocurrency.
Respected sirs and ma'ams, I am Vidit of West Bengal Police. Sir, so far the cryptocurrency is concerned, we people used to think cryptocurrency means Bitcoin. It is not true, sir. I am not saying that cryptocurrency, Bitcoin is not cryptocurrency, but we people think cryptocurrency means Bitcoin. And believing this, sir, what happens in practice, many people are duped in the name of Bitcoin. We have heard the Bitcoin gives us profit, one day double and this and that. Because of this thing, we came in touch with many. I have also heard this, sir. In the name of Bitcoin, imagine they said, yes, I shall arrange for, that is, buying Bitcoin of you. After that, imagine he paid. After that, what happened, sir? He received one packet, one courier came with this sort of thing. One that is paper, this sort of peak was pasted, and this was couriered and came to me. Imagine, I thought, yes, it is Bitcoin. He thought that it is Bitcoin. Because of this, it was kept in iron chest, looking at Bitcoin. So think is what the Bitcoin is, what the crypto is. Sir, again, sir, the main challenge so far the crypto is concerned, sir, there is no centralized server. Yes, my bank account was hacked. Because of this thing, I can write to bank. Bank will provide us. Where the fund has gone. Imagine in the name of bank, I received a call, so far the jam tara racket, and after that I said that OTPs and this and that. After that, what happened? My fund was siphoned off. If we write to bank, I shall be able to know where the fund has gone. Because we can write to one centralized authority. Facebook, one centralized authority. Google, one centralized authority. Sir, Paytm, this, that, all the such central server is there, but so far the cryptocurrency is concerned, there is no central server. So that's the main point of us. The main challenge so far this is concerned, it is that, sir. Sir, because of this thing, as lot many of us, we don't know what the cryptocurrency is, the why, how it is look alike. Look, sir. betaddress.org. Look, sir, I'm creating one crypto address of me. Anybody of you can create it. Yes, sir. May I get point? No, pointer. Oh, I'm sorry. Pointer. Sir, this one the address of me. Pointer. Is it working? Yes, sir. This is the address of me, like bank account. I can provide the same thing to anybody throughout the world. Anybody throughout the world can send the fund to me, that is Bitcoin of me. Not of me. If he has got any Bitcoin, he can send the same thing to me. It is the public address we can provide, like bank account of us. But this one, the public key of us, we cannot share the same thing with anybody. If it is shared with anybody, what will happen? Anybody can siphon up the fund. I may not say him the public address of me. If it is shared with anybody, anybody can take out the fund, anything, whatever is there, from my Bitcoin address, Bitcoin account, sir. Because of this thing, do you know, sir, why I am showing it, sir? Imagine, lot many people of us, we invested, we people use share marketing and this and that. I have heard that Bitcoin and this and that, crypto fund, after paying the fund in crypto, we are looting out, that is doubling on fund because of this thing, imagine. So lot many of us, we used to say that is share market advisor, that can you advise us? Yes. Imagine he has come. Okay, we are doing one thing. We are creating one Bitcoin address of you so that we shall purchase one Bitcoin. Imagine he has done this thing. After that, he has created this. Sir, this is the address of you and this is this thing of you. Sir, I am thirsty. Can you bring one glass full of water for me? Imagine you have gone to your kitchen for bringing one glass of water. I have just taken one snap of this. As I have got these things, are private key of that man. After that, he has not shared anything with me. The mobile phone, bank account, this and that, everything may be with him, but I shall be able to siphon up this fund. So because of this thing, so far the crypto is concerned and this field is concerned, never ever share with your public key, with private key with anybody. It is said, private key, page, seed, anything. But never ever, sir, share this private key with anybody. You can share this thing with anybody, no issue, sir. But, sir, this is thing. Then what's the problem of us? So far the judicial system is there, sir. Lot many people are duped and cheated in the field of this. And as said by the previous sir, that lot many looted funds are again transferred in the form of crypto and it is kept in. It is not that I am saying, sir, it is not possible to investigate. Sir, investigation is possible, sir. This is said wallet. In how many process we can create our wallet? This is one. Lot many crypto exchanges are there. So far, the world is concerned, more than 800 crypto exchanges are there, as said by Kusmakar sir, ADG sir, that in India, more or less 12, 13 or 15 crypto exchanges are there, sir. Look, sir, how many crypto exchanges are there and how many sorts of cryptocurrencies and coins are there. There is difference between cryptocurrency and coins, sir. Cryptocurrency is that one which has got its own blockchain, and crypto coins are said which has not got their own blockchain, who used to use the blockchain of other. Imagine the Ether has got Etherscan, but lot many sir cryptocurrencies, crypto coins are there who used to run or use the chain of Ether. Sir, actually what happens, sir, in practice, sir, the people used to come in touch with those miscreants, as said by sir, mainly in Telegram group, WhatsApp group, and so many social media. They used to say, okay, this is the YouTube channel and this and that. You just give like or subscribe, I shall pay you 50 rupees. Liking, getting 50 rupees. Again liking, getting 50 rupees. After that, what is happening? There we have got lot many projects. The project is this: you purchase 1,000, invest 1,000, you will get 1,050 rupees on the same day. You are investing. They used to, that is, channelize us in their website, sir. Whenever we are depositing there, we are getting back 1,050. They are saying, no, now you are not permitted to deposit once again in 1,000. Now you have to pay for 5,000. They are depositing, then 10,000, this, that, and they are in their website, sir, they are showing the amount hiking, but actually not. Whenever you are wanting to refund it or return it, withdraw it, you will not be. Sir, by this manner, so far the India is concerned, in Indian, that is, lot many victims are duped in the name of this. They are purchasing crypto. You can say, sir, how the public or the common man will know what the crypto is, what the Bitcoin is, what is that? They don't know anything, sir. They are saying, you go type www.binance.com, ujirex.com, this.com, that.com, create one account. After that, you purchase crypto in P2P. You pay the amount, imagine 5,000, you are paying 5,000. They are sending, you send your crypto on the, that is, address of our companies. They have created one website, as I said you earlier. They have said you to purchase 5,000 rupees crypto, and they are sending, you do one thing, you send your crypto to our company's account. Actually, it is not the company's account, sir. It is the big crypto, that is cryptocurrency address of any of the victim. Whenever he is sending that fund, sir, there is no chance of getting back. Look, sir, how many sorts of cryptos are there throughout the world, how many exchanges are there, and in India, so far our inquiry and investigations has concerned, more than 80 or 90% crypto connected cases we are receiving through Tether, USDT. I am showing you that, sir. In lot many cases, sir, so far the court and our investigating agencies are concerned, what you people will see, that is all the cheated, looted and duped cases are connected with Tether, sir. It is coin, I am showing it, sir. Look, sir, how many sorts of cryptocurrencies are there throughout the world, and how many coins are there, how many exchanges are there, and whenever any crime is committed, how can we run our investigation to achieve the goal? What are the impediments are also there, and can we achieve? Look, sir. Coinmarketcap.com, coingecko.com, it is coinmarketcap.com. It is showing, sir. Notice, sir, there are six exchanges. Total cryptocurrency exchanges throughout the world are 666. Out of that, only 12 or 14 are located in India. Why it is also important for us, sir? Cryptocurrency exchanges keep the KYC of the subscriber. So far the India is concerned, so far the Indian exchanges are concerned, kindly just have a look on the exchanges, and I must show you their mail IDs and this and that, sir. What are the exchanges, crypto exchanges, which are located in my nation? Yes, sir. This one, Ujirex, CoinSwitch, Kuber, JPay, CoinDCX, Unicoin, Sun Crypto. This like 14 or like this, sir. India. After that, sir, 18. Binance. Why I have shown you also Binance? Binance is also popular one. Like, sir, Gmail is popular one in India, like this, sir. Binance is also popular one. Because of this thing, I have shown the addresses and whatever Binance also, sir. Now, sir, these are the exchanges, and as I said you, sir, whenever they are used, duped, and looted, ultimately what they used to do, they used to say us, just you do one thing, sir, go and open account in Binance, or like this, sir. Imagine anywhere, like Ujirex, just www.ujirex.com. They used to prompt us, we people used to do that. After that, they used to say, you go there and just purchase crypto with the help of 5,000 rupees, we used to pay. And again, sir, I am saying, sir, only Indian exchanges, crypto exchanges allow Indian bank to connect. You can create any account in 666 exchanges, the exchanges throughout the world. But you are not permitted to connect your bank account because you cannot purchase any crypto from the other exchange with the help of your bank account. So far the Indian exchanges are concerned, we can connect. And so far the others are concerned, you can create your account, but you are not permitted to connect your bank account. Now, sir, look, sir, whenever, as I showed you, sir, like, sir, all those, look, sir, those are the, why, sir, it is showing Bitcoin at the top? Bitcoin is also actually, not many of us, Bitcoin is said cryptocurrency, and other coins are said, or currencies are said altcoin. Why, sir? Because all those cryptocurrencies came later as alternative to Bitcoin. Because of this thing, they are said altcoins are like this, alternative coins. Now, sir, cryptocurrency, at present, the value of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, is 27,000, this and that, like more than 25 lakhs of rupees per Bitcoin. Approx. So don't think that cryptocurrency and Bitcoin is not the crime. If that is used for unholy purpose, then it is crime. So far the Reserve Bank of India is concerned, in 2018, it was banned. Not banned. RBI said that all the bankers and other financial institutions not to allow any subscriber in India to connect his bank account with any exchange. In 2020, Supreme Court of us revoked that order. After that, sir, what happens, sir? We can purchase crypto, but if you make any profit, you have to give 30% tax on that profit, sir. This is the rule at present. But, sir, I am saying, sir, when the crime is committed, sir, again I am saying, sir, it is not like, sir, that is CDR. That any more or less layman can see and understand the CDR because A party, B party, IMEI number, all those things are written. But look, sir, whenever this sort of, I'm sorry, sir, that sort of address, whenever that sort of address is written anywhere, it is very difficult to say. Sir, because of these things, it is said cryptocurrency, it is not absolutely anonymous, sir. It is pseudo-anonymous. Someone is there behind this. The main challenge is this, to achieve that. So far the Indian crimes are concerned, more or less more than 80-90% cases, you people will see that that address is starting, look sir, here the address is starting with 1. But you will notice sir, it is starting with capital T, means Tithar. More than 90% crimes which are reported to us is starting with, notice sir, the fraudulent money is siphoned or transferring on Tithar. It is starting with T. I am showing you one address. Yes, sir. Before that, sir, look, sir, in coinmarketcap.com, coingecko.com, in lot many coms, sir, you will get the list of all the cryptos and coins throughout the world. Like this, sir, look, sir, here, this Tether, USDT, more than 80-90% crime which are reported to us or investigation is run on this, sir, behind this, sir, Tether. I am showing you that. How you people will be able to understand this address belongs to Tether? And if we get it, how to see it? Sir, as it is open distributed ledger, whatever is there now, after 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, it will be there. Because none of us can change it. I'm stopping within 1 minute, sir. Sir, I'm stopping it. Okay. Okay, sir, just I am showing it one Tether address. After that, I'm stopping it. The time is over. Sorry, sir, actually time is over. I'm stopping myself. Again, I'm saying, sir, actually, whenever, so far the crime, so far the crypto is concerned, in capital T, any day, again, time will permit, we shall again sit, sir, no issue, sir. As the other, sir, speakers are there, I'm stopping myself, sir. Thank you for listening me, sir.
Now all the presentations are over. We will start the open house discussion, and I request Mr. Kusumakar, Mr. Pai and Mr. Bundes to come on the dais. Before that, let us have the chairs arranged there. Participants are requested to involve actively and interact with our speakers. They are eager to hear from us and to respond to our queries.
Hello, hello. I understand this is 4:25, so I think everybody is ready to leave. They may not have much question, but we are ready to answer whatever you have in your mind. Uh,
Play Store regarding reliability of the information.
Sir, all these major platforms are pretty secure. There is no problem with security. Google, like, so everything is there. Every platform has a different protocol. For example, Play Store is a relatively open platform. Like anybody can come, and because it's open source, it's based on Android and Linux based, so anybody can upload their application. They do a bit of security verification. In case of Apple, it is much stronger. So the Apple, the audit before you hosting your application on App Store, it's much more stronger than Google. So theoretically, all application on Apple Store is better scrutinized before hosting compared to Play Store. But then these days, Google is also doing the same thing. They also have a small process of review of code and all before hosting. But then it's a trade-off. Application has the Apple Store has a lesser number of application, whereas Google Play Store has many more applications, just because of this different way of working. Most of the Apple solutions are costlier, and they are proprietary. They are all linked. They have a proprietary hardware. They have a proprietary software. They have a proprietary everything. Everything is like when you buy an iPhone, we are not just buying only for the device. We are paying for many other things, like in phone, in this this like camera. All your photo and video goes to Apple's server, and very little data remains on the device. It's only 32 GB or something like that. But then it keeps on taking your data. And after some time, he'll ask for you to buy some storage. You have to pay for the storage. But it will not block you. Only thing is, if you're not paying for the storage, when you start downloading your data, then it will not download. Something like that. So security-wise, there is no problem with all these major well-known brands. So these are two, and now Microsoft is also trying to come in this, but then Microsoft is now into cloud. So more into like Azure cloud, they have come up with Azure cloud. Since they don't work, they also have their, they call it OneDrive. So they also have similar. So I think third is Microsoft. Others are also coming, but I think these two are so popular, everybody go for that. I think good enough, sir. They are all giving so much free, but as it says, nothing comes from free. But then they give the Android applications give most of the applications for free. Your drives is free, unlike Apple. Yeah, Mike, please. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. The thing is, if some email comes to our mail, then how we will clarify whether it is a fake email or it's coming from a genuine source?
I think so. The government of India says that we should use only .gov.in domain for your official communication. Why they say so? The reason is that there's nothing technical. This is very fundamental. What happens is, whichever mail service you are using, like mail service works on client server architecture. Means if I'm using a Google Mail, all my data is actually going to Google server.
Yes.
You are sending to me, but it is not coming to my phone. It actually is going to Google server, and it notifies me that there is a mail for you. If I open, then again it goes fetch the data from the server.
Yes.
And a part of it remains on my device, or most of it remains on their cloud. So means the basic fundamental is the data remains on their cloud. So that is why whenever you are using official communication, if you are using .gov.in domain, that means it goes to NIC cloud.
Yes.
So this is a very fundamental thing that is why government of India keep on saying that use .gov.in domain. Only problem is that most of these private service provider are much more efficient than our own government mail service provider. So people find it much more user friendly. There is much lesser latency in Google Mail. In fact, I think 90% of us must be having mail account on Google Mail. But because Google is so user friendly, as well as they give 15 GB free storage. If you consume 15 GB, they will make you to upgrade to 100 GB. So there's so much data one can keep. These are I think, but of course they are recovering cost in indirect way. As somebody was saying that nothing free comes on internet. There is a cost to it. So fundamental is whether you are getting a mail from a genuine source is. Yeah. So I'm just giving you mic. So genuineness is that when you are sending mail these days, in fact these days before you type a mail, it authenticates. If you type a wrong mail, normally these days, especially in Google and major service provider, it notifies you, and it's not correct. It's not taking at the moment. While coming, there are hundreds of or thousands of people can send you mail. You just cannot, there has to be X or Y sender when you are getting a mail, even if it is a spoofed mail. So only thing is, and just opening the mail is not a big problem. But if it has any link with the mail, you should avoid that if it is from unknown sources. Because because link can have many other things. Link can have your exe file, like there can be a exe files attached with the link. Why exe is an executable file? It's slightly different from normal file. It is not a data file. Exe files they perform some kind of activity on your device. So that is the most dangerous thing, to have a exe file. Even otherwise also, the thumb rule is either on WhatsApp or mail or whatever source, you should avoid clicking any link coming through unknown sources. That is the thumb rule.
To add on to what Kusmagar sir told, a few points I can add. Like most of the reputed companies have their own mailer services. Like suppose if you are getting some mail from, say I am working with TCS and we want to have some official this thing with TCS, it is very less likely that it will come from a Gmail mail ID. All of them have their own mail services. For example, if SBI, they might have their own mailer service. You can see this is a computer generated mail, don't reply to this. Also, all those things. Over that, you can check the address. Then it would be mentioned, most of the banks and all of them would be using their own mailer service for the same. Nobody would use Gmail, Yahoo Mail, all these things. This is one thing to look for. Second is the address itself. Like hrmanager@gmail.com. It looks very funny. So that is a preliminary level of check. Second, as sir told, no exe file should be this thing. And one fundamental check what we can do is whether this mail was supposed to come to me at the first place or not. That is the most fundamental question. Like, suppose if I am not having a Maruti car, then why should someone say that your Maruti service is due? So it's as simple as that. So 99% of the spoof mails or whatever, that gets eliminated there itself. And whoever says, if I have a Tata, and if I have already a relationship with a Tata customer service provider, then why should a third Tata person send me a mail? It's very unlikely. And best way is to physically verify if it is possible, to the extent possible. 99% of the things gets eliminated there itself. Because almost we get a lot of spam mails, everyone.
because we subscribe to a lot of things in Google and we follow a lot of things in Facebook. So it is highly likely that we get a lot of spam mails. So these are the few fundamental checks which we can follow. Header check can also be done, like if the header is genuine or not, whether the header is something manipulated. And when in crimes we do header analysis, but that's a very forensic thing. It cannot be done by a layman. Even we cannot do it on our own without the help of tools. Sir. Yes.
Yeah, somebody was asking question on the back side.
We know that data cannot be deleted completely, and you talked about rewriting. Can you kindly elaborate how this can be done? Because often we see when we purchase a new mobile phone, we tend to exchange the older one. And I never heard in Bengal, but in UP, I heard that the data could be recovered and used some illegal purposes. So that process of rewriting, whether can be elaborated, so that we can try that on our own. Thank you, sir.
Sir, the rewriting is different. Like our storage capacity of a storage device, it may be RAM, it may be hard disk. Suppose it may be storage device of a CCTV. Suppose it has a storage capacity of 10 GB. So it will store the 10 GB of the latest data. The older data automatically keep on deleting. That is rewriting. And coming to the exchanging of phone, whenever we are exchanging our old phone, we should factory reset it thrice. We should never say, I have deleted my photo and video, I have given to somebody, he is giving me 10,000 or 20,000, and by using that money, like I can purchase the new phone. So whenever anybody is exchanging mobile phone or any digital device, we need to factory reset it. We need to delete, we need to completely clean it 2-3 times. Then it becomes very difficult for any person to retrieve the data. Second, I just want to add on to this email part. Email has a header. Header has details. It is like identity card. Whenever we are meeting any person, we don't know his credential. What we say, just show me your ID card. In header itself, there is like who is sender, his location, time, print, and all these things are there. By just looking at the ID card, we can find out, it seems, by interacting, it seems it's a genuine or not a genuine. It's again common sense. We can keep that check. And sir, adding on to your Google search issue, Google is a search engine. It's like a librarian. In the library, there are thousands of books. We will just give him tagline, I want a book on criminology. So he will just guide you. These are the 100 books available on criminology. In this section, you can avail. So Google per se as search engine, it's safe, secure. No, not a problem. But which book is authentic? Again, we need to find out who is the publisher, who is the owner. Like in physical books. Similarly, Google search engine give us 10, 20, 50, hundreds of results. From where he is working, like indexing the information available on the web. So we need, whenever we are moving to any site, we need to again check the credential, the security certificate, whether site is secure or not, padlock is there, security certificate is valid or not, and it has been issued to the same person or not. Suppose we are referring any Bear Act or any book. If it has been written by any unauthenticated person, we may rely, we may not rely. That is one of the check we can apply. Thank you.
I think I don't know whether you are satisfied with the answer or not, but your answer was about deleted data, overwriting the data. So to explain you, there are different types of processes like command. One is delete. What is delete? Delete is basically, as I was explaining you in my first session, you are just removing the index. Like I have a file name XYZ. I remove the XYZ name from the index. Why it happens? Because in any storage device, one is index, one is data storage. And in this file system, this is mapped. and mapping has to be 1 to 1, because as you must be knowing that computer works only on two command. One is 0, the other is 1. So it is a binary system. It works on binary system. So it can't work on third option. So it has to be only in yes or no for answer for the computer. So the moment you say delete, what it is, the delete means, for us, delete means wiping the data, removing the data. So there is a separate process called wiping. Wiping is where actually bit by bit you remove the data or overwrite the data, or make all one or all 0 in the data. Or the physical sense, if you make all 0 and 1 all 1, it makes no irrelevant data. So this is called wiping. But it is done bit by bit. That is why it's a time-taking process. It consumes energy. So what happens is, for a computer, it always believes in the shortest possible method, which least energy consumption. So it just removes the name of the file, because for computer hardware, what is writing and rewriting? It is just converting 0 to 1, 1 to 0, 1 to 0 to 1, 1 to 0. And that is also 0 to 1 is for us. For computer, it is yes or no. In gate or gate kind of is keep on working. Yes or no kind of. If anybody read a bit of semiconductor, so it is delete is not removal of the file, and wiping is complete removal of the file. So once a drive is wiped, that data cannot be recovered, because it is overwritten by other characters, 0, 0, 0, 0, or 1, 1, 1, 1. That is one. Number third is formatting. Formatting is, again, it's a kind of delete all command. So if you format a drive, you are not deleting any data, you're just removing the whole index in one go. And what happens is, when you formatting, why it is done, what happens is you can now load a new operating system on that drive. Means that everything, file system will be written afresh, but then all earlier data will remain there. So for forensic analyst, if it is formatted drive 1, 2, 3 times, why they see multiple formatting? Because there are less chances of the old data remaining there. But the ideal way is wiping the drive. But normally wiping is a time-taking process. It requires a separate tool. That is why most people don't do that.
Wiping in a shorter form?
I think for you, you select, formatting for good enough for you. But formatting is good enough for you because you require, if you are very careful about your data, of course, then you should go for a wiping tool to wipe your drive completely. If you are very, very, cautious. So otherwise, what he was saying, that you can get it formatted multiple times, those things also may serve your purpose to some extent.
Or alternatively, you can feed the disk full with some other data, some other junk data, so that the existing whichever data you need to not be in the public domain can be actually overwritten. Like 10 GB disk, if you fill 10 GB once, delete it, again fill 10 GB, delete it, nobody can retrieve your data. So that's how you can.
Cybercrimes, and how it is detrimental to the nation for its manifestation of different dimensions.
So Simbox, what it does basically, it has an interface of a SIM card based device and a VoIP. VoIP is like how we call in WhatsApp. So there is a device which is linked to a computer, which will receive VoIP call from outside India, and it will route it through a SIM, which is like a normal phone. Like you imagine 1,000 mobile phones connected to a computer. Now the computer receives call through a particular application, and the person sitting in, say, Dubai calling to India, the call will land to the computer. It will route the call like a small exchange. It will route it through one of the 1,000 SIMs which is connected to it, and it will land to your phone. So when you look into your phone, you will see it's an Indian number, because the number is coming from, just like I explained VPN, the number is ultimately coming to your phone from that particular SIM. So you will think it is an Indian call, but the person may be calling from Dubai. So this is how, in a layman way of explaining the thing. Now, how we identify it is like, most of these SIMs will have only outgoing calls, no incoming calls, because nobody calls back to those numbers. So there are a lot of algorithms, iterations, which DOT is good with that. They check the towers and all these things, and we detect. So STF Calcutta and STF West Bengal both have done a lot of cases in SIMbox. Ultimate challenge is to actually get the person who actually installed the software. We get the operators quite often. They tell about the operator also, we know the name also, but ultimately he may be sitting somewhere abroad. The same issue I told about MLAT remains here also. That's
Sir, another question, whether SIMbox is readily available legally in...
No, it's completely illegal in India. What happens is that they get it, maybe in Bangladesh, they get it, they smuggle it across the border. You cannot buy SIMbox in India. It's completely illegal. It's an illegal telecom setup.
Thank you, sir.
It's legal in some countries, Bangladesh, China and all.
Usually, the IOs at the time of investigation, they collect the mobile phones and they submit before the court and they take out the data. So, what I have learned from various trainings is they have to take out the hash value and make a copy of it at that relevant point of time. Only then it will come into play at the time of trial, conducting trial. So how do we sensitize the IOs that they make sure to take the hash value and keep the evidence intact so that we will be able to use it during trial? And as prosecutors, how do we conduct the whole thing, Your Honor?
Actually, as I was saying, more we get into the subject, more questions is raised rather than answer. So hash value works very well for these devices like hard disk, pen drive, or those type of secondary storage devices. Problem with this phone is, this phone you cannot remove the my memory card from this. In Android devices, still you can take out the memory card, you can hash. In most of these, like Apple phone, some Chinese phone, Android phone also, the storage is embedded inside. So unless I destroy it, I cannot take out this storage. And before that, I'll have to just check it. I have to just open it. So hash concept works very fine with secondary storage or tertiary storage. Hash has a problem with when you deal with mobile phone. Ideally, it should be yes, but then what happens? What we do is slightly tweak this. Once you make the image of the mobile phone, we hash that image so that it is fixed now. Because if I make hash of this phone and then I restart it and just go through it and rehash it again, the hash value will change. So there is some problem with mobile phone. Ideally, for mobile phone, we do hashing when we are actually making image of it, and then that should remain the fixed.
So how do we use it at the time of trial for evidentiary purpose, sir?
So that is where the problem is. So if you go in a very theoretical sense, there is a problem. Because this mobile phone, for those mobile phones where your storage is embedded inside, it unless it's taken out, and then not only that, if I take my memory, this storage out, how do we access that storage? Because
that's what, sir. The defense pounces on us.
So for this, what you say, for us, we can say that in case of mobile phone, hashing should be insisted on at the time of seizure. So that will solve your problem. Once means the IO sees this when it is imaging a phone for evidence, that hash should not change later.
And it should be, once it is being copied, that hash value changes. Copying for giving it to the defense for...
No, then it will not change. If making a copy, there are some certain device called write blocker. If you are using a write blocker for copying, then hash value will not change.
So we should be advising the IOs that at the time of making seizure only, they'll make the copy also with the same hash value.
Yes, even it can be done later. At that time he can make copy, nothing like it. Even at later also he can do, provided he follows the right equipment and right process, right blocker, and then copy it.
Because nowadays in forgery cases also they are using the mobile phones, and in sextortionist cases also. So mobile phones are becoming very vital part of seizures, and in order to exhibit them as a vital exhibit, we need to.
You are right.
Yes,
There is
yes,
a problem. You are right. There is a problem.
How do we solve that problem, sir?
So here, I mean, judge's roles comes where he actually listens to defense as well as the prosecution and takes a call. So that is why in this, everybody, all of us has to, IO, prosecutor as well as judges, all three has to understand the whole concept of technology as well as its limitation.
Thank you, sir.
One small point for you, madam. Like the underlying point of hash value is to just ensure that the device is not tampered with, that we have not planted anything to implicate a person. Now, once you look into hash value, the problem is that to take, as sir told, the ideal situation is to take the hash value during seizure itself. But practically it is very much impossible because it is never possible to give every police station in West Bengal with a device which costs you 17-18 lakhs. The cost of one write block extraction device is 17 lakhs, 18 lakhs. So it is never practically going to happen that I would like all the judiciary officers to appreciate this fact, why police officers are not able to do the hashing on the spot itself, because those devices are not available even in a district level. We are trying to now, West Bengal is striding towards getting it available at the district level. Even after that, the core question here is whether the files in question were tampered after the fonts were seized or not. That opinion can be taken from CFSL or anybody who is certifying, and that can be the moot law point, rather than checking whether, plainly looking into whether the hash value was changed or not. Hash value can change due to thousands of factors. This font might have got lakhs and lakhs of files and lakhs of thousands of applications. Even if one notification comes to any application, the hash value will change. So plain going by hash will only put the case into peril. Defense lawyers may try to take advantage. We should be very cautious. We should be able to tell the judges that, tell the adjudicating authority that hash value is to be looked into as an anti-tampering measure only. Because strictly this mobile phone, it is under nobody's control. We can put it in flight mode. But even after that, there should be ideally no change. But if something happens, the hash value will change. So we can never know it. Because if there is some battery level indicator, if it changes, hash value may change. So hash value should never be strictly, this hash value term has been widely misused. I should say, I am very sorry to say this, it is widely misused by the defense lawyers in making many genuine cases futile. So our moot point should be whether police has ichha kore tamper koreche kina. That should be the only question, and that can be answered by CFSL or any expert who is seeing the phone.
Any more questions? Thank you everyone. It was wonderful interacting with all of you. It was a great experience for all of us, for all three of us. It is always, learning is always mutual. As I said in the beginning, that it's a very, very dynamic and vast field. Nobody is the expert. Don't think that I am the expert and I can give you all the answers. In fact, if you get into it, you will find more question than the answer. That is how the subject is. Thank you.
We have come to the end of this question and answer session and the seminar. It has been a great learning process all through. I hope you have enjoyed the seminar. You can get down. Now it is time to propose the vote of thanks for today's event on behalf of the West Bengal Judicial Academy. I would like to thank and express my deep gratitude to the Honorable the Chief Justice and the Patron-in-Chief of West Bengal Judicial Academy for sparing His Lordship's precious time. We are truly honored by His Lordship's gracious presence here today. I also thank Mrs. Sivagyana Ma'am to be a part of this seminar and gracing the event. I would like to thank Honorable Mr. Justice I.P. Mukherjee, Judge, High Court at Calcutta, and also the Chairperson, West Bengal Judicial Academy, for such an enlightening welcome speech. I express my heartfelt gratitude for His Lordship's advice, support, and constant guidance at every step. Thank you, Lordship. I would also like to thank Honorable Justice Surijit Banerjee and Honorable Justice Ananya Bandopadhyay, members of the Honorable Committee for West Bengal Judicial Academy, for their continuous encouragement, support, and guidance. I would like to thank all the other Honorable Judges of the High Court at Calcutta for their gracious presence in the Academy today and for their online presence as well. I would also like to thank Mr. H.K. Kusumakar, Mr. Hari Krishna Pai, Mr. Vidhit Raj Budesh, and their team members for accepting our invitation to become the speakers in the technical sessions and for such beautiful presentations. We have learned a lot today, sirs. I thank Mr. S.N. Mukherjee, Learned Advocate General, Government of East Bengal, Mr. Dheeraj Kumar Trivedi, Deputy Solicitor General of India, and Mr. Saswato Gopal Mukherjee, Learned Public Prosecutor, Calcutta High Court, for their presence in the seminar. I would like to thank the Learned Registrar General and other Learned Registrars of the Honorable High Court at Calcutta. I specially thank my brother Lokesh Pathak, Learned Registrar Protocol, without whose support and cooperation we could not have organized this seminar. I thank Mr. Sukumar Rai, Secretary, West Bengal Legislative Assembly, Mr. Siddhartha Kanchilal, Principal Secretary, Judicial Department, Government of East Bengal, Mr. Devkumar Sukul, Member Secretary, State Legal Services Authority, West Bengal, for their presence today. I sincerely thank Learned Chief Judge and also the Learned Judges of City Civil Court, Learned Chief Judge City Sessions Court, Learned District Judges, and my brother and sister judicial officers of the District Judiciary for their presence. I thank Learned Public Prosecutors and Police Officers for their enthusiastic participation. I thank all the other viewers for their online presence. I thank all the PWD IT officials for providing us necessary equipments and manpower. I thank all the PWD civil and PWD electrical officials for their tireless assistance. I especially thank my brother Ranavir Mohan Chatterjee, Administrative Officer of the Academy, and the staff members of West Bengal Judicial Academy for their assistance in organizing this event. Thank you all. May I now seek permission of Honorable Justice Ananya Bandopadhyay to conclude the program with National Anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे